All right, I think we've hit a good point to cut in. That's enough out of you. There we go. There we go. We're on the good shit. All right. Okay, come on. There we go. Let me just make sure this is all over here. There we go. And then make sure that that is... Okay, cool. Make sure that's streaming. Wunderbar. All right, cool. Trying a new layout. So we'll see how this goes. Do suru, do suru, do suru, kimi nara do suru. Do suru, do suru, do suru, kimi nara do suru. 任せるんだ俺たちに電子戦隊電子は There we go. Number 1, Night Flight Dynamite. Number 2, everything else. God damn it, Errol, I will time you out. Anyway. Hey, Falco. Hey, everybody. So, Super Dimension streamer Mock Valon at your service. Let me move this a little bit over. Cool. There we go. So, yeah, folks. Doing a little bit of a DAI-ZATSU-DAN tonight. Hopefully you guys are doing okay for this Monday. I originally thought I was gonna be like super low energy, but I was like, I had a really good idea, and I was like, let's just do this because I don't really do stuff like this with you guys, and I figured we'd do something a little different. Make a 25 ice coffee, dude. Bonnie, what are you doing to yourself? God. You're gonna be like a frozen brick of caffeine. Oh, geez, I shrunk. There we go. Drowning my depression in coffee and cat. Oh, dude. Well, take it easy. Hopefully the stream will help a bit. Anyway, yeah. So, in case you missed the memo, we had a new Super Sentai premiere about 2 weeks ago, and I haven't really done any content for that. And I was like, well, you know, maybe I should. And maybe we should have a little bit of fun. Because, you know, like, just doing a regular Zatsu-Dan and kind of going down our usual rabbit holes is one thing. But I thought we make it a little, you know, I don't need sleep, I need answer. Oh my God. But yeah, so I just thought it'd be kind of fun just to do this. Because I haven't really done a tier list with you guys ever. And I figured this would be fun. And exciting and truly outrageous or something along those lines. So yeah, here we are. I'm gonna make myself, I'm gonna get off the step stool a little bit. Yeah, there we go. So there we have it. Before we start though, little bits of housekeeping. Let's see. Little bits of housekeeping. First of all, yeah, my Mortal's Journey remake. Please go watch it. I think we're gonna do Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection probably on Friday, because that'll be my payday and I can actually buy the damn thing. So look forward to that. That'll be fun. And then there's some other stuff cooking that I can't quite talk about yet, but those are like the 2 big ones. And then yeah, I think that's all that I can think of for housekeeping. If I seem a little frazzled, I am very. I don't know. I'm kind of waking up from a nap. It's really just, I don't know what it is. It's I've been dealing with a lot of stuff like medically, and so it's like my sleep schedule is totally trashed because of it. Ended up finally getting meds for it, and which reminds me, I did not take those meds. I gotta pop off and take them at some point tonight. Hey Rabbit. And so, and I was just like, yeah, no, but yeah, I've just been such a mess. So, this is me attempting to kind of reclaim that. So it'll be short and sweet tonight. We'll probably go till probably 8:30, depending. We'll probably raid you until like one of several subathons that's going on right now. That's the other thing. It's like, man, like, Everyone's doing their subathon right now. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is right now, but like everyone's doing a subathon. A lot of people I know are doing their subathons right now, and it's just like, holy hell. Like I'm debating doing one to try and raise money for the 2.0 model, but I also have other things that I would like to raise money for, to like namely survival. So, let's see. First 100, I'll reach enlightenment like Fry from Futurama. Red Ranger Isekai anime had the best character show. Yeah, I did. I wish I hadn't seen that accidentally on Twitter. I wish I had kept the surprise. But that was so much fun. I'm hoping to God they do a Figma of that character soon enough. Nats make everything groggier than you started with before. I know, right? It's like, it's the trade-off. It's like, I just was so out of it. And I needed to just, I don't know. I just was so low energy. And I'm fighting it off, and I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm hoping I can power through. Even back, this guy eyeballs pop on us. Oh yeah, that reveal was great. I didn't like the sound design for that, but man, I had a good time with it. I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't seen it yet. Yeah, that chat, save it for when the subathon starts. God. Like I want it. I know if they ever do a Figma, they're probably gonna do Figmas of all of them. If they do, I'm gonna kick the door in immediately. But straight up, like, I was thinking about this the other day too. Like, I gotta see that Isekai looks dope. 20 coffees now, sudden urge to rent it. Oh, jeez, Bonnie, take it easy. I feel like I'm gonna be like the only witness to this madness. But either way, but yeah, like, where was I going with this? I was going somewhere with this. Oh no, I'm talking the Henshin device. Oh god. Yeah. Watch party for Ready Ranger Isekai? Maybe. It depends on timing. I'm locked into like 2 major projects right now. Which, by the way, go join the Discord. Come hang out when we do a watch party. But yeah, no, I'm actually locked into 2 what the hell? I'm shrinking again. So there we go. We'll do this. But yeah, I'm locked into 2 major projects right now. That's gonna like dominate most of the month for me. And minimum being, no, you can't do this to me. But yeah, like I'm locked in. You can't do this to me, no, never. I will return again. There we go. See. Oh my gosh. Let me actually. Okay, you're just. Hey, Brambo. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna do something real quick. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna do some quick behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, like the calibration is like super twitchy right now. There we go. Oh, I think it might be because, okay, if I do this. Okay, we should be good. All right. There we go. Boom. There we go. I'm back. There we go. We got it. We are very good to go. All right. Got a cure for caffeine addiction? There was a cure. You kind of have to go cold turkey on that, honestly. I remember reading somewhere there was like a caffeine, like there's a really good cure for caffeine addiction, and I can't remember what it was apart from like pills. And I don't want to make you take more pills because I feel like there's too much of those in the world. There's too many pills in the world. No. But anyway, I had a train of thought. It was going somewhere. Oh yeah, the Henshin device. You have to stop drinking and suffering an agonizing headache. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's like a hangover. You have to go cold turkey. Where was I? Yeah, no. Train of thought. Anyway, so going in. Sentai tier ranking. So we're definitely gonna do that today. We're gonna have a good time. I should think about what I'm gonna do if we do a subathon. Because like on one hand, it would be nice to. Let's see, yeah, I think a henshin device for the subathon. Oh my god. Well, I mean, technically in the lore, I do have one. But it's not like super duper complex. So it's just like two little bracelets basically. But we haven't designed or seen them yet. Custom henshin device goal. God. Now I feel like if I do like a subathon, it's gonna be the 2.0 model, and then maybe we fund the upgrade. I was saying you were talking about the isekai henshin devices. Oh god. Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, I feel like if Good Smile gets the toy license for Red Ranger Adventure, that's totally getting made. They're absolutely gonna make one because they're trying to get in on Bandai's sort of territory a bit. The problem is it's way too overpriced. So I feel like if they made like the bracelet and the Amen buckle, they're totally gonna be like super overpriced. I'll never be able to afford them. Hen cheese, no. Oh no, that's Wallace's power suit. Hen cheese, Gromit. God, what have I done? Anyway, I don't care. I'll take the hit. God. Now, the one henshin item I know, see, here's the thing. I'm dreading it. I'm dreading it because I know what's gonna happen. It's gonna happen when I least expect it, and I'm gonna throw money at it. And that's the CSM Fies blaster. Because I know what's gonna happen. I know the shit's gonna happen. Because it's gonna be finally when I take the plunge, I'm like, okay, well, hey, the Fies driver is down to like $200, and I have extra money. Let's just get it, and I'm gonna buy it, and I'll be like, all right, great, wonderful, and then they're gonna announce the goddamn blaster, and I'm gonna die inside because I know they're gonna fucking do it. Come on, come on, come on, Gromit. We need to beat Master Zed. Henshin today, Gromit. Tuesday. No, God. Oh my God. I'm waiting on the CSM build GQ drivers. Yeah, they're. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled some. I mean, because they made the damn sword already from Zio, so it's only a matter of time. I think they're totally gonna do that. And then it's like they'll include a whiplash effect where somebody just punches you in the face, so you feel like you're spinning when you do it. Then I also want to buy the complete CSMO stuff. Oh, geez, yeah, that'll do it. I'm sure someone's gonna rig up the bugle like soon enough, so don't worry. But anyway, all right, I think that's enough rambling. It's time to get to the goodness. That's $500,000. Yeah, I know. All right, let's get to the goodness, folks. Let's get to the goodness. It's time. Thanks to the wonderful tier maker, we're going to do this. And we're gonna. No, that's. Let's see. Oh, why is the treat stream thing like 3 times large? Oh God. Hang on. Why is the treat stream thing like super large? Okay, hang on. I gotta do something about this. Okay. Oh. God. There we go. I'm gonna close that out. Yeah. Here we go. You will stay there, treat van. You will stay there, treat van, until I need you, which is not this day. All right. All right, King Odor at the top, baby. I don't know, man. Okay. So do you want to be a greed after buying the bells? God. Receive food now. I'll probably become one. Oh, gosh. All right. So, let me see. Do I have... There we go. Do I have... See, I should have Hang on a minute. Wait, hold on a second. Is this the actual? Oh, this is the actual opening. Holy shit. Red Baron's on Spotify. Bokura no chikyū wa utsukushii tetsuben to ya watasanai. Ba-da-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Heiwa no ai suru kokoro ni wa tetsuben to wa yurusanai. Okay, just had to get that out of my system. Anyway, okay. Let's see. Okay, because we gotta have, like, why isn't the Go Ranger sound? Okay, well, the Go Ranger soundtrack is on here. I just, opening and ending instrumentals, the official playlist. Oh, there we go. There we go. That should be good. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so it's time. We got to go through here. So we have our S rank, our A rank, our B rank, our C rank, our D rank, our E rank, and our F rank. Get the F out of here. All right. So now we got to figure this out. So I'm gonna start with my top three. So my top three are Die Ranger, Live Man, and Mega Ranger in no particular order. So let's start kind of disseminating this. Mega Ranger immediately S tier. Mega Ranger is absolutely S tier, and I will. It is the hill I die upon. All I know is the bits and pieces of Car Ranger thinks they took a shout to Twitch stream. King Odra and that one girl who randomly screams out, "And Machine Sentai!" Alright. Okay. So, but yeah, no, Mega Ranger is just a really good. Okay, I need an instrumental track. This isn't gonna do it for me. Where's my fight mix? There we go. There we go. Okay, let's do this. There we go. That'll do it. Let's see. Oh, all right. The mech designs are some of my favorite. Yeah, like Mega Ranger in general is just a really fun. I don't know how that shout out happened. I must have misclicked when I was going over. I was like, well, all right, go take it. Go follow Falco, everybody. No, this is too heavy too. What the heck? Let's do. Yeah, this is way too heavy. Albums. There we go. Wait, no. I'm sorry I'm being super picky. Wait, why are you redeeming Odyssey? You gotta save O Angel for like the victory moments. You gotta save O Angel for the victory moments. This isn't a victory moment. Well, phone's gonna die here. Have fun ranking. Take care, Bonnie. Let's see. All right, but yeah, the Mega Ranger straight up. I thought it was Mark of the Wolf Monday. It's not Mark of the Wolf Monday. Don't get me started on the Fatal Fury beta. Oh my god, I was kind of disappointed by it. Anyway, so all right, so basically, okay, so yeah, so Mega Ranger now, hands down. I love it's just a really good aesthetic. The story's a lot of fun. It's one of my best ensembles in terms of like just team makeup. They're just so much fun. I miss those dumb kids so much. It was such a good time. I do wish though that they had done like what was, because they did the teacher thing twice in Gokaiger. Because I remember, because I know Yellow Lion was like the new head of like Earth Academia, and then you had like Kenta was a high school teacher and had to bring them in or something like that. And First Evil Sentai. Well, I mean, technically you had the Kunoichi from Kaku Ranger, but like I know they didn't officially have a Sentai moniker, but they definitely fulfilled the stereotype. But nonetheless, yeah, just Mega Ranger is such a really good show. I highly recommend it. My next one is, oh man, whoever did the images for these absolutely like went above and beyond, because like they got a lot of like the early like series visuals with this. I love it. Let's go. Okay, so the next one, Live Man. I thought Kenta was the detective. That was the Hurricane cameo with him as the detective. Live Man. I'm gonna put Live Man at A tier. Live Man is like the basis for like everything. It is like, because it's like, I feel it's like the one season that has had the most remakes, in terms of concept. Because it's like, they did, they just did Live Man, but with Ninja, with Hurricaneger. They did Live Man, but with cars for Go Launcher. It's like they've absolutely like remade the hell out of this season. And, absolutely, but it's also one of the best. I really feel that like the whole villain dynamic was really great, because it was, I think it was like one of the first times really that they really followed the villains from the get-go, and you had like a set of bad guys that you really felt sorry for and were sympathetic, and you were rooting for them just as much as you were rooting for your heroes. And without spoiling too much, I think definitely is one of the best kind of finishes. Also, never mind the fact that you had a villain played by bisexual icon Choji Nakata. He is not bi, but he basically channels as David Bowie in Live Man as Professor Bias, and he could get it. Like, when like, I'm just gonna load up a picture of him so you can see. Like, just look at that shit, guys. Like, just like, you could say he was the head of Oh man, god damn it, Odyssey. But like, just look, like, dude just looks fabulous. Dude just looks absolutely fabulous, with like, I don't know what that is it's supposed to be on his shoulder. And like, he's surrounded by like Keita Amamiya's sketchbook. And just, like, okay, that sucks that's only down to that. But like, I mean, just the outfit, the drip. Yeah, just look at this guy. Look at this guy. Like, no, like, I feel like, no. No, he could get it. He could get it. Anyway, so, and then he went on to be the narrator in Kamen Rider O's. He's the Count the Midad, the guy. Which was funny because he went to Animazement, and it was around the time that O's had just finished airing, and he was surprised that people were going up to him asking him to say that line. Like, Count the Midad, but yeah, most people know him for you know, like nowadays known for her Fate Stay Night, Fate Grand Order. Oh, all right. And I completely forgot the Hydro Charge reading. So, but yeah, Live Man, it's just it's fun. There was a time I considered S tier, but it does have its problems. But I still think that in general, it's a really good, just a really solid season. Let's see here. And then my third, of course, let's get to DAI-Ranger. DAI-Ranger, right here. Okay. DAI-Ranger is probably going to be I'm going to put that in A tier. The only thing stopping it from being S tier, I think, is like the last like 5 minutes, or it is like the last 10 minutes of like the final episode. It's the only thing stopping it from being a masterpiece. Up until that point, it was perfect. It was like the perfect ending, and then they just got zany, and I'm just like, you ran out of ideas, didn't you? You ran out of ideas, didn't you? So yeah, so either way, so that's where DAI-Ranger sits. But I mean, the action is pretty great. Ryuseo is one of the best and most intricate like mecha designs of all time. I mean, when it came out as like the Red Dragon Thunderzord in Power Rangers, like man, that was the one we all looked forward to whenever the transformation happened. I remember the first time I saw it when I was a kid, I just lost my mind. I'm like, this is so cool, you know, it was the coolest fucking thing. So. But yeah, so that, yeah, but either way, DAI-Ranger is a good thing. Oh, also, Kiba Ranger's not a great character, unfortunately. It takes him a bit before he has his come to Jesus moment, and then eventually he mellows the fuck out. But yeah, it's a good season. But all right. Let's see here. Kind of going through here. So, let's see, another one that needed, no, I think those are all the ones that jump out. DAI-Ranger and Geki Ranger, beautifully choreographed. Oh, straight up. Let's see. So let's start going chronological. So those are my top three. Those are like my top three shows. So let's see here. Go Ranger. Go Ranger is a show that I've only ever been able to see a good chunk. I've seen the show mostly in chunks, but then also the movies. And I think it's actually pretty fun. So I will put it probably in the very bottom of like A rank. I think like the thing with Go Ranger is it's the same thing that you have with Kamen Rider, OG Kamen Rider, in that you can burn out on it so easily. Kiba Ranger was the Shin-chan of Sentai here. I don't want to think about that. But yeah, but Go Ranger is like, it has that same thing that like OG Kamen Rider has, where it's like you kind of have to curate a little bit. And if you try to watch it like try to binge it, it's like you're watching the A-Team, like an A-Team marathon. You will burn out. So you kind of have to curate it a bit, but it still is a fun little show. Also, it's early, you know, it's like Shotaro Ishinomori still at its peak. I mean, you have a final weapon that's a football that turns into like the thing that the villain hates, which they are then killed with. And it's so much fun. The theme songs are bangers. And half of the soundtrack, or not half of the soundtrack, most of the soundtrack is influenced by Quincy Jones. Actually, Chime Watanabe cited Quincy Jones as a very early influence on the Go Ranger soundtrack, and it really shows. It's really cool. But yeah, that's my kind of take on Go Ranger. I need to finish the whole thing, you know, like do a complete run. I think it'd be great to do that sometime. That makes more sense with the music. Yeah. The funny thing, okay, my favorite Go Ranger trivia, my favorite piece of Go Ranger trivia, and it's been corroborated before by other sources, I think, or not by other sources, but like I think it's been mentioned in like official interviews. But yeah, my favorite bit of Go Ranger trivia is what happened? So basically, up until a certain point in Go Ranger, the stunt team had been the Ono Kendo Club, the Ono Kenyukai. And then the Japan Action Club was brought in to do like trampoline stunts and do extra stuff. But it's like the Ono Kendo Club ran the show. And the Kendo Club had been there for like a lot of Toei's older stuff. Like they came in from their period drama stuff. So like they did Barram 1, they did all of Kamen Rider up to that point. A whole bunch of other things. And they were pretty good. They're very, their style was very big, very theatrical. And whereas the Japan Action Club was slowly rising up the ranks in terms of prominence and style. Like, Japan Action Club knew how to wow people both on film and on television. And also they shot for the edit. Like, that was their big thing, is they absolutely knew how to shoot for the edit and really use the camera and make it work. You can definitely see the difference. Like, if you watch like an early fight from Go Ranger and you go from that to Jaka, and you can see like just the difference night and day. So the big thing was that Susumu Yoshikawa, and I believe the other producers as well worked on the show, made the decision that, hey, instead of the Ono Kenda Club running the show for the stunts, we're gonna have the Japan Action Club come in and become our main stunt team. And so that changeover happened, I want to say, I always screw up the episode. I always screw up the episode name. It was basically, the changeover happens in the middle of the, what was it? I want to say it was episode, yeah, episode 67. Yeah, so episode 67 is the big one, because, and so the big thing about that episode, it's not really a spoiler at this point. It doesn't really change the series. Because what happens is midway through the show, the original Key Ranger ends up switching out to another actor. I forgot how they explained it away in the show. But what happens is midway through the show, that actor, they decided to change it back. And so the second Key Ranger dramatically dies in the middle of that episode. And then right in the middle of the tense moment, Varitank shows up, the original Key Ranger appears, and it's from that moment on that the Japan Action Club takes over as the stunt team for Go Ranger. But in the midst of this transition, folks, is where there was a wee bit of drama. Key Ranger 2 got canned. Boo, Odyssey, too soon. So basically, yeah, so like the joke being that Key Ranger got killed by a can opener monster, basically. So this changeover happens, and reportedly there was a member of the Ono Kendo Club who was very outspoken and very pissed about this whole thing happening, and absolutely furious and wanting a little bit of retribution. Hey, Fruity! Subscribing for 16 months in a row. But yeah, basically, so a member of the Ono Kendo Club never has gone on record. They've never named him, but went on record, was very vocal about this transition being not kosher with him, and basically was telling everybody but Susumu Yoshikawa that he was going to beat the shit out of Susumu Yoshikawa, who Yoshikawa would later go on to be the producer for Kamen Rider Black, Space Sheriff Gavon, basically was the successor to Toru Hirayama, who's the original producer, one of the main producers for Kamen Rider, and one of the big sort of movers and shakers for the Henshin boom. So there's a member of the Ono Kendo Club who is now gunning for Susumu Yoshikawa, and it is like word is traveling around set that now there's somebody wants to beat the crap out of him. This gets around to Yoshikawa, who eventually gets to Osamu Kaneda, who at the time he was one of the most senior members of the Japan Action Club, and still is today. He's now one of the the co-chairs, if I remember correctly, I think he is the current president of the company, as it exists now as the Japan Action Enterprise. But yeah, Osamu Kaneda, he was part of that early generation that came in that like co-founded it with Sonny Chiba. He's now like an established action director and so on, and did a lot of stuff for a lot of Sentai and also the Metal Hero series in the 1980s. Basically, like, people talk him up and down. He was a really cool guy. So what happens is Yoshikawa ends up going to Kaneda and is like, hey, so there's this guy from the Kendo Club who he's gonna beat the crap out of me. What am I gonna do? Like, this is not great. And yeah, Lou, you came in on a hell of a thing. Like I said, this is my favorite piece of Sentai trivia. Hold on a second. Did it stop? It stopped. Okay. Let's switch soundtracks. Let's sure. That'll do it. Anyway, so Yoshikawa ends up going to Kaneda and is like, so what shows this in relation to? This is in relation to Go Ranger. So to kind of sum it up for you, basically the Japan Action Club ended up taking over for the Ono Kendo Club as the main stunt team. And there was somebody in the Ono Kendo Club who reportedly was not very happy with it. So they were picking a fight with Yoshikawa. So Yoshikawa ends up going to Osamu Kaneda and is like, yeah, there's this guy gunning for me. What am I going to do here? And Kaneda basically tells him, all but tells him, oh, are we going random? More or less. So basically it tells him, if it comes down to it, I will protect you with my life. Which further cemented their working relationship, basically going throughout like the rest of their careers, basically. And so from that point on, according to the story, Osamu Kaneda met with the Ono Kendo Club to have a meeting to try and mend fences. To this day, we do not know what happened at that particular meeting. Part of me wishes that that meeting involved a massive brawl, but that's just the dumb fanboy in me. But either way, the meeting happened. They were able to mend fences. And the transition ended up going very cleanly. I think there were certain Ono Kendo Club members who were involved with Go Ranger, but it was still Jack that was running the show. I could be misremembering. But the Ono Kendo Club was not completely out of the picture. They still did stuff for a lot of other Toei shows. And even went on to be the main team for Shoujo Commando Izumi, which they had like rebranded themselves with a rebranded bag afterwards. There are no F-rank Sentai. I'm not too fond. There's the violence and curry rice. Exactly. Damn it! Now I want curry. You were hoping for the Hiki actor punching domain. Not totally that. Although I wouldn't mind if the Hibiki actor got punched. I mean, what? Anyway, so that's Go Ranger. So let's see here. So Jaka. So Jaka, I'm gonna put the hope of a big Chiba style fight is huge. I know. I'm gonna put Jaka in B tier. Let's see. I'm gonna put Jaka at the. Probably put it at B tier. Jaka is a show that for the first 12 episodes, I love the fuck out of it. It is Japan Action Club exploitation era. Etsuko Shihomi shows up for an episode. Like, the action is insane. It's pretty fun. It's a really good show, but it wasn't doing well in the ratings. So Jaka ends up thinking that we need to retool the show in order to bring the kids back. Their solution to this is to bring in Hiroshi Miyauchi, who by that point had already wowed audiences as Kamen Rider V3, also in Go Ranger, just a storied veteran. And they were like, if we get his charisma on the show, and his attractive face, we'll totally save it. Unfortunately, it backfired completely. and it became the Big One show. And the silliness really turned a lot of people off, and it drove people further away. And so Jaka, which was supposed to go on for, I think it was supposed to go on for a year-long stint, like a 3-core or 4-core season, basically, ended up getting nixed at like 26 episodes. And then it ended up getting resolved at the Toei Manga Festival with Go Ranger versus Jaka, which was the first ever Sentai team-up movie. And he was double dipping in Zubat at the time too. Yeah, it was supposed to be 4-core. Yeah, a C tier show. I'm gonna put it at B. I'm gonna keep it at B. If it has to be B, I think it would probably either keep it at the end of B, or like, yeah, it would probably be at the far end of B, because I think the action is still pretty worth it. This before Stanley saves Sentai. Something like that. All right, now we get to Battle Fever J. Battle Fever J, I'm sorry, it's gonna go C tier. The very front of C tier. You know, did Jaka's story have a better Time Ranger? God. Legitimate intrigue to get to Jaka for the contrast from Go Around and hearing it hammers the spy fiction as well. Yeah, it it really kind of files it down, because again, Jaka, it was essentially just Toei doing their exploitation movies, but just on television, with all the insane over-the-top action scenes. That's basically what Jaka is. And so if you see stuff like, which actually, if you hung by the Discord, we had a movie night where we showed one of the Japan Action Club exploitation movies with Roaring Fire, which starred babyface Hiroyuki Sanada, had Sonny Chiba as a magician turned Interpol agent, and also had the famed star of wrestling Abdullah the Butcher. It's the whole movie is absolutely bonkers and a little problematic, but you know what? I love it. Imura saw some Roaring Fire without. Yeah, Lou, you should have stuck around. It was great. But we'll definitely have to watch The Great Chase. The Great Chase came before that, and it was basically the same movie, but Etsuko Shihomi doing her best 7-color mask impression. But anyway, Battle Fever is a show that's not perfect. It has a lot of innovation and a lot of cool stuff going for it. It has one of the best Shumei Watanabe soundtracks. It is probably my favorite of the Watanabe Sentai soundtracks. Because there are just some, like, literally that entire soundtrack album works as a great concept piece. The Battle Shark launch theme I will say this, the Battle Shark like launch theme is like one of the sexiest pieces of music ever composed for Super Sentai. It is one of the sexiest pieces of music ever composed for Super Sentai. This is my Roman Empire. Yeah, you guys missed out on 8 Diagram Fighter. Yeah, we showed 8 Diagram Fighter as well, which was insane. Oh, that was such a good time. I have the Chogokin of the Battle Fever Robo. I passed up on buying that back in the day, and I still regret it. Fun fact, the effects director for Battle Fever J, also for pretty much a good swath of Toei shows going back from like Giant Robo Allward to like Jumperson, basically. He owns the only solid gold version, or solid gold plated version of that Battle Fever Robo Chogokin in the world. And when he died, it remained in the Toei Studios offices for the Tokusatsu Laboratory. So if you go into Hiroshi Butsu's office, you will see that solid gold Battle Fever Robo. It is one of a kind, and it was made just for him. So, but let's see here. So I'm gonna play this. So just so you know what I'm talking about. I know I've got the stupid album here somewhere. Album. Goggle 5. Die Ranger. Oh, where are you, Battle Fever? There we go. Okay, So this is the Battle Shark launch theme. And hold on, not this, but okay. Okay. All right. With me? With me? Wait for it. Wait for it. And... children are being conceived of conceived in this song. At this moment in the song, there are children who are being conceived. Yeah, the song literally fucks. Yes. Yes. So anyway, so yeah, like I said, the entire Battle Fever Robo soundtrack is like this. It's just full of all these bangers, and I love it so much. I just wish the rest of the show was as good as this track. That's the only problem, is I wish the rest of the show was as good as this track. But anyway, let me turn this down just a little bit. Anyway, but yeah, so that's why it's going to be in C tier. And the show did have its problems. I think like it didn't really pick up steam until the second of the big changeovers happened. Because you had to, well, there's like the two major member deaths that happen midway through the show. One of them, Miss America, because that's the BFJ. It's hugely important, but I never see much love for it. Yeah, I think it definitely, it's more deserving of it. Absolutely deserving of it. Just, oh, that's so good. Oh, she didn't die. She left, right? Yeah, so what happened? Okay, so here's the story. Diane Martin, who was played by Diane Martin, did not speak a lick of Japanese. And did not speak a lick of Japanese. So they called in, I believe it was Peggy Matsuyama who came in to like dub over her lines. And so the thing was, shooting was becoming really difficult. So with that, so basically they wrote her out, and it was like, I think it wasn't working out. So they just wrote her out of the show. Oh, a Ken Kosugi situation, essentially. But in this case, she did not speak a lick of Japanese, and so they had to keep dubbing her over, and it just wasn't working out. So they were like, all right, let's just write her out of the show. And so she's wounded. She has to go to America to like recover, and she's replaced by her friend, who's played by Peggy Matsu, who's played by the actress who played Peggy in Go Ranger, basically. So she takes over. But at that point, her actress had already been the stunt double for Miss America in a couple of scenes. So it just worked out that way. Going to America for an operation, enjoy hospital bills. It was the 1970s, so she might have had a fighting chance. Go white girl, go out of the series. So yeah, so that happens. And admittedly, the character of Miss America becomes a little bit better that way. And then you have Battle Corsac, who ends up getting killed off in a really dramatic episode. Actually considered to be one of the best episodes of the series. And he gets replaced by Bon Daisuke, or Daisuke Bond from Kikaider, who shows up as a freaking cowboy. Completely misses the concept. But yeah, it's really funny. So, like I said, the music's great. We get Kenji Oba's Battle Kenya, who's absolutely delightful. There's some great sequences with the Battle Shark launch. The soundtrack is just perfection. It's so much fun, so good. It's just very middle of the road, but it got the job done. A Russian cowboy, he was Ocelot. Without a C price. Again, Toby, was the 1970s. It was the 1970s. She was a secret agent. She probably would have jumped ahead on the priority list. But so yeah, so that's where Battle Fever J kind of sits for me. Denji Man. Denji Man is one of my absolute favorite seasons, and I love this main visual. Holy shit. And you know what? I'm gonna put Denji Man. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna get flack for this. I'm gonna put it in probably second A tier. D for Denji Man. This Denji Man is your Denji Man is so much fun. Oh my god. Okay, there's an episode where Kenji Oba gets like possessed by like a hamburger monster and he can't stop eating hamburgers. There is an episode where like there's literally an episode where there's like an evil science monster and the only way they can stop it is just by shouting Denji super science at it. They never explain what it does, but apparently just shouting science at a monster is enough to kill it. There is an episode where Denji Pink is in a swimsuit for the majority of it, and it is the horniest swimsuit episode in Super Sentai history. There's like no overt fan service, but there's a lot of lingering camera angles. There is an entire section devoted to this inside the Supergirls collection that was released by Uchusen's like Asahi Sonorama era. I have it because I bought it as reference material because we were designing costumes for the VH mascot. And I thought, oh, this will be nice and tame. No, it is a 2-page spread on goddamn Denji Pink and the goddamn swimsuit episode. People love that fucking swimsuit episode. Also, Denji Robo's that is kit bashed parts of Denji Robo's was confirmed to be comprised of kit bashed parts from Leopardon from Spider-Man. That's the other little fun part about it too. There's a lot of interesting trivia at Denji Man. It's just a really fun show. Also, goddamn Machiko Soga is in it. And she's an absolute delight in that show. There's a talking dog. There's an episode with evil bikers. It has everything you could possibly want. Also, Denji Green is the snappiest dressed like member of a Sentai series ever. God. Oh my god. I'm sorry I missed your diary to talk earlier. Okay. Don't tell me Denji is. Yeah, Denji. So say no more than confirms its peak. Maki, it's so many more. Maki will fucking watch Denji Man. There's a talking dog. Man, ripping off of Vera Troopers. Yeah, because Vera Troopers like it has. Well, yeah, because Denji Man they confirmed actually that Toei had a time machine. And so they went back in time, they went forward in time, saw that a talking dog, which was lifted from their own show, was a good idea, and then they went back in time and put it in Denji Man. And that's also why... No, I can't make any more terrible jokes like that. Oh my god. So Leopardon wasn't stolen. Yeah, Leopardon wasn't stolen. So, no, actually we debunked that in, actually on an episode of VH. So... how that happens is, and so, because what was it? It was Gene Pelk, who was Marvel's man in Japan, and his kid were on a podcast with a friend of the show, Matt Alt, who wrote Pure Invention, and also wrote the goddamn translations for the X-Bomber exhibition from like a year or so ago. And the main thing was, according to Gene Pelk and his kid, the suit was never stolen. The suit had never been stolen off set. And if it had been, Toei would have just built another one. And it still would have been the stock footage situation. Basically, the tinfoil hat conspiracy theory is that they did it largely to save on the budget because one of the big problems with Spider-Man was keeping things under budget and trying to keep that thing going. which makes sense because Spider-Man came out in the twilight of the Henshin boom. So by 1979, 1978, most of Toei's output was anime and like TV dramas. And a lot of their hero shows had diminished by that point. So Spider-Man being made at that point was, I wouldn't say kind of a Hail Mary, but it was still very much like it was an outlier. And it was just too good of a deal that they couldn't pass it up because they're like, okay, Marvel gets to expand in Japan. And Toei has the branding of a famous American superhero that they can make a show and sell toys about. And so it was a win-win, so of course they went for it. But basically, the myth had been that the Leopardon suit had been stolen, which is why after episode 12, it's nothing but stock footage. That was not true. So, and that's what we found out in that interview, that, it was literally, parts of it had been kit-bashed into the making of Denji Robo. So let's see, a time machine, they would go back in time and film stuff on the cheap. Nah, I don't even, no, that, I wouldn't, let's see. I think even they wouldn't mess around, because if, but yeah, so that's the whole thing with Denji Man. Denji Man has a lot going for it. It's a fun show. It has been fully subtitled. It's been remastered in HD. I just encourage more people to track it down. It's pretty wonderful. Mock, I'm sorry, but we got to hear that Denji ending stuff. I played it in the opening. In the opening of the stream. Are you doing this in I'm going down the line. I'm going down the line, basically. The only ones that were random were just my top 3. I was lurking. I'm sorry. Well, that sounds like a skill issue. No. No. Die Ranger, I just say that I really love it. The only thing is just the last 10 minutes of like the final episode stop it from being a masterpiece. Also, keep a Ranger. Anyway, so yeah, so that's where we're at so far. So we got to Denji Man and just me gushing about it. Sun Vulcan. Oh, Sun Vulcan. I want to love you more, but you're in C tier. And I put you just ahead of Battle Fever. For a couple of reasons. And to explain that, we're going to go into the Sun Vulcan soundtrack. So, for best suit design, well, here's the thing. Let's see. Okay, legit question. Why the hell do 80s Otaku Japan seem to hold Sun Vulcan so high regard? American fans seem down on it. We've seen some literally this year. So, Sun Vulcan, it was a pretty popular show, if I remember correctly. It had a lot of innovations going for it, and it was, it did have a lot of innovations going for it. First, first combining robot, basically. You had Machiko Soga show up as the villain. You had Amazon Killer from Spider-Man show up, basically, as, like, another character, but, like, people loved the fuck out of her. The suit designs were on point. There's a lot of zaniness with it, and I feel like, yeah, I need to, like, look up more of the Japanese perspective of Sun Vulcan, honestly. This is all mostly conjecture, but, I mean, Sun Vulcan has a lot going for it. There was also the fact that, what was it? Yeah, this was the theme song for it was the basis of the Daikon Films short, Patriotic Task Force Great Japan, which is still sung in karaoke as a joke to this day. No girls allowed in Sun Vulcan. Well, I mean, the girls were allowed, it's just they were super spies. The helmets look modern. Yeah, the helmets, yeah. A lot of the design of Sun Vulcan feels very contemporary and feels like it was kind of setting the stage for everything to kind of come after it. It's kind of like, I would argue that it's kind of like to Super Sentai what Charavan was to Metal Heroes, where I feel like it's really where Super Sentai as we know it, like the sort of design really came to the fore. So that's, I think, another part of it too. And Stanley almost adapted it to American audiences way before Saban. Oh yeah, he tried. Gene Pelk actually was quoted, I think it was in, not Variety. I think it was Variety. He quoted an article like how they were talking up Sun Vulcan and they were trying to switch it out and do the Power Ranger thing like decades in advance. I would give it a shot, but yeah, Japanese old head Otis seemed to love Sun Vulcan. See, I think if you go into Sun Vulcan understanding that it's gonna be kind of clunky, you're in for a good time. Because it's like, once Queen Hidorian comes back and the changeover happens and we lose the first Sun, for the first Vol Eagle, once we lose him, the show really begins. And it's like, it becomes a lot better. The final episode of Sun Vulcan is actually pretty cool. It's actually really damn cool. And I know, yeah, Vol Panther is kind of annoying, but it's still just a really, it's dorky, it's clunky, but it's got its charm. And I feel like nowadays, like, there's been this sort of push stateside for people to be like, oh, it was a failure, which it wasn't a failure, because if it was a failure, then where the fuck did Goggle 5 come from? Anyway, sorry. But essentially, yeah, like, Sun Vulcan is just, I think if you just go into it and you think of it, and you know right away that it's not going to be, like, structurally not the best Sentai show, but you're hanging in there for Machiko Soga, everything works out. Also, you get the Sun Vulcan exercise episode, and it doesn't get any better than that. Oh, does it flow well off Denji Man like a good tube? Not really, it's very night and day. So, but Denji Man is, I have often made the comparison that Denji Man feels like the true successor to Spider-Man, right down to the color grading, like the color palette and just the general like look to it. Because Denji Man has this very like gritty feel to it. And it feels very, like they moved away from like the American superhero like influence and really went hard 1970s Japan. And it's still distinct. It still looks great, but it's like there's no clear line. So but when you watch like Sun Vulcan after coming from Spider-Man, it feels a bit more like connected tissue. Americans just say every season they don't like is a failure. Oh, absolutely, because nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. American fans used to say Car Ranger saved Sentai, and we know it's just this unfounded internet rumors that still circulate for silly reasons. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, dude, my TokuNet days, we literally interviewed the actor who played Red Racer, and he straight up like debunked it in the middle of the interview. It was great, and people still tried to say otherwise. Having a head empty moment. But yeah, I think, no, there's just that one YouTube video that went around, that's making the rounds right now, and like trying to be like, oh, Sun Vulcan was blah, blah, blah. And I feel like if you go into it trying to expect Shakespeare and ice, you're not going to get it, and that's really going to cloud your judgment. Just go in, turn your brain off, you're going to have a good time. Sun Vulcan was one of those seasons that the people who were coming into the stuff through like bootleg tapes and stuff like that would watch, have no idea what was happening, and still enjoy the fuck out of it. Because there was that period in time where if you were like either watching Japanese Access like on either the East or West Coast, or you were getting tapes, you know, at conventions and stuff like that, where there were no fan subs for a lot of these shows, and you were just like, man, this just looks super rad, I'm here for the feel of it. You were on board with it 120%. Let's see. With any show, expect I'm going to have fun. Sentai is still fun. Might be just during Macross or Argosaurus, but they're going to reveal Macross anime next week. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot there was that stream. I might have to do something about that. But yeah, so I'm going to take another swig here. Man. Ugh. I don't know what it is with my throat, but I think it is. I'm still getting over the bronchitis, and it's so annoying. So I gotta be careful. So anyway, Macross, god damn it. I have a really funny Macross story though, actually. There was a funny Macross / Robotech story. So, Follow the sip, catch the sip. Yeah. So basically, well, the short version was I went to a convention in 2005, and where they were having a presentation on Shadow Chronicles, because Shadow Chronicles was being made at the time, and so I follow the Smid, catch the mid. Yeah. Agent Rez. So they were doing this whole panel talking about the Shadow Chronicles, how they're talking up the design and blah, blah, blah. My dumbass asked if they were going to incorporate any elements from Macross Frontier, which I think the presenter was a little ruffled by that concept. Yeah, this is the other reason Sun Vulcan's fun, is because you have this as the ending theme. And Akira Kushida sings it. You can't hate it. So Macross, Mako secretly on the Macross Jetfire legality drama suit. No, I wanted that toy. But anyway, so at that particular panel, they were doing a trivia giveaway, and one of the first prizes they gave away was the goddamn Harmony Gold Animego Macross set, like, which is like a holy grail now because it has like audio commentary and liner notes and stuff like that, including stuff from like Noboru Ishiguro, which is nuts to me that was just they just did that, and that sucker has never been re-released. And so I somehow won it because the question they asked was, who is the name of the voice actress who played Lin Minmay? And for some reason, thanks to an issue of Animerica that I read years ago, was like the big Macross Plus special, I knew it was Mari Iijima. And I got it. And I was the only person in the room who got it. And I think the presenter was a little upset that I was the one who got it, because then he tried to be like, well, as a bonus question, where does she currently live? And nobody answered. He's like, all right, come accept your prize. And I'm like, yay, fuck you. Oh my god. So, oh hey. Oh, that's the Masex salt. Yeah, Masex salt. See, here's the I'm not gonna go into that because that's a whole other night talking about Carl Macek and really and just the whole Harmony Gold shenanigans. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna pull up. Let's see. It was middle school and the new Macross. Remember that? Okay. Where does she currently live? Japan. Actually, she was living in California at the time because she had moved out to the States. Because she was still pursuing a musical career out here, like an indie musical career out here. I actually got to see her live, actually. She was at ACEN a couple of years ago. And a lot of people were there hoping she would perform Macross stuff. Unfortunately, she said at the time that she couldn't. So, but then what happened was, about, I think a year or so later, she did a concert in Japan and was able to sing there. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe it was just a rights thing. But here's the thing, though, is it turns out it is literally a thing where she literally can't hit those same high notes anymore. And because there was the big Macross general election, and everyone was selecting their favorite theme, and Do You Remember Love ended up winning #1, and so they brought Mari Iijima out to sing it. And she was struggling. She was really struggling with it. I felt so bad. But, like, they brought her back for, like, games for voice stuff. But, yeah, she has not sung any Macross stuff in a while. Goggle 5 is after this, right? God, it's the show of all time, all right. Okay. Yeah, let's get back on topic here. Age caught up, essentially. Well, I mean, after a while, it's like you can't hit those high notes anymore. All right. So now we get to Goggle 5. Goggle 5, I am going to put it... let's see here. You know what? I'm going to put bottom of B tier. I don't know. Let's do... You know what? I'm going to give it C. I'm going to give it C tier. Goggle 5 has a really good theme song. Goggle 5 is a really good theme song. One of the slickest, you know, mechanical gimmicks. And just a really funny concept. But it's very middle of the road. Yeah, Dat Mojo, baby. Yeah. Like, straight up, like, it's sad because I want to love it more, and it's just, like... I really do want to love it more, because it's, like, it's a Chume Watanabe soundtrack. And so the funny thing... I'm going to put it on right now, actually. There we go. And so the funny thing is... so there's a little bit of trivia here. So Goggle 5 was being worked on the same time as Space Sheriff Gavon. And so all hands were on deck for Goggle 5. And the staff was split in half for it. So when it came time to work on the theme songs and the music for Space Sheriff Gavon, Chume Watanabe was still working on the incidental score. But it was around the time they were working on Goggle 5 that he had to go off and work on that. So he ended up not doing the arrangement for the Gavon opening and ending themes. That ended up going to a guy by the name of Koji Makaino. Koji Makaino is a really awesome composer and arranger in his own right. And but he did a lot of stuff with a very familiar name to this stream. He did a lot. He actually worked extensively with you would say a patron saint of this stream. Now, will they actually have it? Oh, son of a bitch, they don't have it. Wait, no. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Hideki Saito. Yep. It was too powerful. Oh God. It was too powerful. Did we lose Twitch? Oh God. Oh no. Yeah, so that was one of his. That was one of his. Another one that he did, actually, let's see. This is another one that was familiar to... Let's see, is that... Because did he do... Because I thought he did I Know Jujika. I thought that was one of his. Okay. But yeah, basically he worked extensively with Hideki Saijo. And Shunmei Watanabe said of him that he's one of the few people that could ever make an arrangement powerful with like brass and strings. And so that was his whole, yeah, he was just amazing. Where is, did he do Kaneshiki Yujo? No, but I gotta play this one because this is one that we've seen on stream before. Gotta learn, kind of have a meeting. All right, take it easy, Falco. So this is before he did Turn Egg on him? Yep, 20 years before. Also, why does it sound like Sentai? Well, that's the thing. So Makaino was in that same wheelhouse as, like Watanabe, which is why he was perfect to be the arranger for the Gavon theme. But like you can definitely hear it. Last year, this was the thing that we watched, and like dude punched like a block of ice live on stage. I have not been able to find the full version of that performance since, and it's bugged the hell out of me. Okay, that's enough. Anyway, we're getting distracted. So anyway, so yeah, that's the fun little bit of trivia for Goggle 5 is that literally it is thanks to that we got Koji Makaino, a composer who'd done stuff for that. Also did a lot of stuff with Johnny's, believe it or not. Koji Makaino did a lot of stuff with Johnny's. But a lot of big names. It's really funny just kind of going through his the discography of everyone he worked with. Like holy shit, it was nuts. But anyway, yeah, because he also worked with he worked with Hello Project, and then a lot of his anime stuff. Oh yeah, he did the opening for Rosa Versailles as well, which is nuts. So yeah. Oh, he did do Techno Voyager. Get out of town. Okay, no, fuck that. Get out of town! He did do Techno Voyager! Oh, that's right, it doesn't have the theme on it. Okay. Well, we'll just do this. Oh, that was a Chinese one. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Well, you can hear it, right? Oh, down, Zakuna Bohita. Oh, down, Zakuna Bohita. Help me, help me, help me, help me. 1, 2, 3 for you, team you love. 3, 2, 1 for me, team you love. Okay, all right, that's enough of that. It's so good. Anyway. So yeah, but anyway, so Koji Makaino has like this storied career. Still the Techno Voyager was only because he had to back Thunderbird's branding because Japanese versions of the original tanked and sponsors got cold feet. Oh, dude, you don't even know. So, we're going on all the tangents tonight. So basically, after Thunderbirds, everything that like Jerry Anderson had done in Japan was kind of cursed, for the most part. Was very cursed for the most part. So like, so let's see, how do I explain this? Oh, he did do Zabungle. Oh, that's crazy. Now I'm like obsessed. Like, we've gone on the rabbit hole of looking at his like discography, and then, oh, he did he was the arranger for Machine Robo Revenge of Kronos. Oh, that's funny. Let's see. So he also worked on Bubblegum Crisis. Holy shit. Let's see. Anyway, City Hunter, Ampaman, Yatamon. Oh, he worked on Bycrosser. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that. Anyway, but yeah, so like, let me pop the soundtrack back in basically. Actually, you know what? Do I have any more Hideki Saito tracks? Because I think I'm just gonna play those for a bit. Because what was the other one? Let's see. Because there was Hono. Parado. No, he didn't work on Garandu. Anyway, but essentially, oh, we can go without music for. No, we'll do this. There we go. We'll switch. Ooh, there we go. I think this is fitting. So basically, yeah, Mock is fully derailed. You need to go train Sentai next. The more you know, shush. Anyway, so basically, following Thunderbirds, they had Captain Scarlet. Captain Scarlet did not do so hot in Japan for a variety of reasons. The biggest one being that the show was a lot more adult. It was very involved. The puppets didn't look like the puppets from Thunderbirds. And the mecha weren't really featured as much as as opposed to like the other characters. Let's see. So basically, it was just not doing so hot. And so they tried selling character toys for Captain Scarlet. It didn't do well, and it was so bad enough that that particular year, I think it was 67. I think it would have been 67 or 60. Yeah, it would have been, I think it would have been 1967. So basically, that particular year, Bandai had to quell rumors that they were going out of business because the toys weren't selling that great. It was that bad. And so it was because of that Bandai was like, okay, character toys don't really sell as well, so we're gonna kind of get out of the market for that. So they pulled out for that. And even back then, you also had Imai, who had the model kit license for Captain Scarlet, and they weren't selling. So in order to get them to sell, they had to re-release them, but with Thunderbird's branding on it, in order to get the kids to keep buying it. I think they did that for like another one of the shows as well that had come out from Jerry Anderson, but it was just not great. It was just absolutely cursed. So it got to the point where there was essentially a stigma that character goods don't sell in Japan. And that ended up getting shattered years later by not only Kamen Rider, but also Mazinger Z. Because what ended up happening is like Kamen Rider proved that you can do character toys and they can sell well. It was just the show. Boo rabbit! Boo rabbit! Yeah, so literally it was just not a good time. And then you had, what was it? Like Joe 90 didn't do that well in Japan, if I remember correctly. Terrahawks did not do well in Japan. Even though they tried to do like an homage to Stingray with the opening credits and it didn't work. It was just one thing after another. It was just diminishing returns. Although the rerun history of Thunderbirds has been consistent over the years, it just never, it wasn't until, the 90s when you had the big push with, Carlton and Matchbox and all that stuff, that things started to kind of pick up again, and Bandai was able to get a couple toys out. But that was it, really. It's Thunderbirds now is the realm of the real-time generation that grew up with it. Reminds me of the extra Beetleborg toys we did here. Forget the name. Oh yeah, Terrahawk Tua, basically, essentially. Oh, poor Terrahawks. I cannot get into that show to save my life. But anyway, but getting back to it. So essentially, yeah, that's just that kind of curse that's associated with that. But we're gonna move back. We're gonna move back to the Sentai because, oh my gosh. Anyway, actually I need to get up and stretch. So and get some more water. So don't nobody go nowhere. I will be back. I'm just gonna put on some ads real quick. So I will be back. I promise I'll be back. I'm not going to McDonald's and yeah, you know me. I won't do that to you. I'll be back. All right, I am returned. Hopefully you didn't miss me too much. Let's see here. Let's put on... Sure. There we go. Perfect. Baseball time. Indeed. So, where did we leave off? Okay. So I rambled about Goggle 5 for like 10 minutes. Anyway, also good to see a Nemeth. So, I love this key visual for Dynaman though. Holy shit. So Dynaman, I think I'm going to put it... Let's see. You know... I think I'm going to put it... like high C tier. High C tier. Because like it's so much it's a fun show, but it's one of those things where it really is just like it's stuff happening. But it's fun stuff that's happening. And I can't hate that. You can't hate that. But it's high stuff that is happening. And the Night Flight dub doesn't really elevate anything. I mean, it's funny for like the novelty of it, but I don't think it really elevates it the way that like say like Johnny Sacco and his flying robot elevates Giant Robo in my book. But actually, you know what? I'm gonna put it probably low B tier. Because Dynaman was like one of the first shows that gave us like proper villain intrigue with the whole Dark Knight saga. And also, fun fact, Yutaka Izubuchi did character design for the show. So, and his work on this actually is featured in a, well, of course there's like the Super Sentai like villain art book or whatever. But there is a Yutaka Izubuchi art book called Neos. And it has his work for Dynaman, Bioman, and Changeman, if I remember correctly. And I have that sucker. And it's really good. You can find, I mean, when I got it, it was $20, and that was because of Japanese page damage, where it's just like a fold on the cover. But you can probably find it without the obi for like dirt cheap. I think I've still seen it going as low as like $30, but it might be like 40 now. Also, I'm stoked to get to Dynaman because it seemed, yeah, it is Gonzo fun. I'd say the one episode of like the Dynaman dub that I will straight up like, that I will, let's see, hold on a second here. Yeah, the only episode of the Dynaman dub that I will straight up like fight for is still the one with like the frog with the French accent, which is, it's a terrible, terrible stereotype, but for whatever reason that episode makes it work. And also the episode itself is, it's just one of those zany things where it's like, oh no, our women are being married off by a monster. And so it's already a bad idea. So it's like, let's put a spoiler and racing stripes on it. I remember one bit from the dub. Slow down, you cute little orphans, or Dr. Ho will have a massive coronary. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So it was a good time. The funny thing is, a couple old friends of mine back in the day did were part of a joke dub of Mega Ranger in the style of Dynaman. And we're like, Mega Silver, they voiced him like Michael Jackson. The theme song was all about the Pentiums. And the sad thing is, it's on I had it on a hard drive somewhere and I lost it. So I think I have to reach out to one of the people involved and see if they can still find it somewhere. It's probably tucked away, or it might even be lost to the ages. But it's so fucking funny. Oh god, the White Frog episode even used White Wedding in the episode. Yeah, that's right! It's like, I can't swim, you can't dance either! Yeah. Yeah. And so the funny thing is, if you have the Night Flight subscription service, that is the only way to watch those episodes in good quality. Because what they did is they just have all the Dynaman episodes as one big chunk. It's like one big 1 hour chunk, and which is insane to me. But it's like the best quality they've ever been in, and they've never been released otherwise. So I'm surprised some enterprising young soul hasn't attempted to liberate those. You probably need to find the Lost Relic when you have the time. Oh God, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, so that's my take on Dynaman. It's a fun show. But yeah, it's definitely low B tier. Absolutely low B tier. Okay. Which brings us to Bioman, which if I have to phrase this correctly, because if I don't, the French fandom is going to destroy me immediately. So oh my gosh. Let's see, where is it? There we go. There we go. I can hear France in the Philippines hooting and hollering. Yep. So here's the thing. So Bioman, absolutely, for me, it is, I would put it at, yeah, I would put it definitely A tier. Absolute A tier. It's still a bit of the zaniness from like Dynaman, where, I mean, there's an episode where like you find out that because of his new powers, Red 1 can talk to animals. You've got stuff like that. But like, it's still also like one of the first shows that was very sort of enterprising in terms of how it did its storytelling. Also, BioRobo is just gorgeous as like a robot design. For the man! Yeah. Yeah, and Bioman, but what? Oh, he's a cancer survivor. Holy shit. Also, fun fact, apparently, Red 1 still has his Bioman jacket. And there's a photo of him with, Antoine from, France 5 when he went to a convention and the two of them got to kind of tag team. Because Antoine's whole like Letterman jacket look was inspired by Bioman. And so, in case you didn't know, why I'm referring to France and the Philippines, because Bioman was one of the few Sentai shows that was shown abroad. Actually, Bioman was the first Sentai show shown in France, actually, and subsequent Sentai shows afterward were billed as sequels. So you had Bioman 2, Bioman 3, and so on. But it was a whole thing, and it was funny because when Power Rangers came out, it wasn't like, like for America, it was like, oh, this is a Voltron ripoff. For France, it was like, this is just Bioman with Americans in it. What? Yellow 4 is still out there somewhere, but we don't know. Yeah, we don't know where she is. She kind of went off the grid. But that's the other one of the other great mysteries, basically. But yeah, Yellow 4 got switched. Supposedly, as the rumblings go, apparently it was just due to it just not working out, and that's why they just swapped her out, basically. But it's one of those deals. But we did get a really cool episode out of it, so that's something. But either way, it's a fun show. You get like a really cool, the whole thing, like the For the Man chant, which is great. Also, Emperor Zero from Kamen Rider Amazon is in it as a recurring villain, and he's pretty awesome. So, yeah, even the cast didn't know. Yeah, no one knows to this day. So hopefully she's okay out there still. But anyway, so that. And of course, Biohunter Silva, yeah. That's another Yutaka Izubuchi joint, which basically it's like, let's just do Huck Hider, but like make him terrifying. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he was so cool. I need to get the Sentai Kaijin art book to see his other extensive stuff that he did for it, because there's a lot more that he did for that's not Neos. But Neos does cover a lot of like the greatest hits, which is pretty cool. So, but yeah, that's Bioman. I really hope that's another thing I just wish it would get released someday. Which brings us to Changeman, which is another thing that I have to be careful because the Philippines will choke me out. Changeman for me kind of goes top B tier. Changeman, what Brazil will hunt you. Well, I mean, I still think it's good. The thing is, I love the Changeman movies more than I like the Changeman TV show. It's solid, but it's another one of those things where, like, I don't know. I was never super enthralled with it. Like, yeah, the music cut off immediately as soon as I said that. But yeah, it's like, it's not, it's a fun time, but it's one of those things where I've never been 100% in love with it. Although I love the second Changeman movie, Shuttle Base in Danger. It is my favorite Sentai movie overall. Let's see. Please archive. Oh, absolutely. We'll have the archive for this. I'll put this VOD up immediately. Changeman looks good, but also 55 episodes just to buy time for Flashback. Yep. Yep. Oh, God. I forgot about that. Holy shit. Yeah, like they had to extend that sucker. But, yeah, it's... And I think the other problem I have with it, too, is that as cool as Change Robo is, it just looks too much like Dyna Robo in terms of silhouette. And so it's really hard, you know, which is kind of frustrating because, I mean, like, I like Dyna Robo, but I also like, I think Change Robo had the better transformation. And, of course, the Changeman theme kicks in just as I say that. But, yeah, it's like, yeah, just Change Robo and Dyna Robo have the exact same silhouette. And it bugs the daylights out of me. And they thought they could just get away with it now. But, see, I think... And it's so funny because it feels like it's almost like watching a toy transition across two eras. Because, like, Dynaman is, like, very much one of the last holdouts of, like, late 1970s, I would say. And then you go to Changeman, and then it's like, it's just like you're looking at a sleeker upgrade of Dyna Robo. So, take that as you will. I do think, like Dyna Robo is cool, but I feel like Change Robo does have a little bit more, and I feel like I just flopped my opinion live. But yeah, it's just, in general, I just, like, I don't know. I'm 50-50. The military stuff is cool. That kind of wears out, though. I love the Earth Force uniforms, though. I think the Earth Force uniforms are super rad. But yeah, just, ugh, I don't know. I don't hate Changeman. It's not a priority for me. Like, if you were like, okay, you have to rewatch a season, it will be on the back burner. I'll enjoy it, but I won't, like, make it an immediate priority. So that's where I'm at with Changeman. So, you know what? I'm gonna make the controversial pick. I think I'll even put it. Yeah, I'd probably put it there. There we go. Like middle, like probably middle B. Dang, I can't believe Mock hates Changeman. Shut up, Errol! Anyway, so which leads us to Flashman. Flashman, I'm probably gonna put that. I'm gonna get flack for this. It's probably gonna be late B. Let's see. Flashman really grew on me. Was a bit repetitive. First overtime warmed up to it. The ending is one of the best. Oh, yeah. I think Flashman is going to be late B tier. Largely because of... It has its problems. It does grow... It has its problems. And then it's Flash Titan. And then it's Flash fucking Titan. And I can't forgive Flash Titan. I cannot forgive Flash Titan. I hate that thing with a burning passion. And it's the biggest downgrade. And it sucks because it's the trade-off is it's like you get Sir Cowler. You get Sir Cowler, who is a fantastic villain, played by Joji Nakata. And then, but then you also get Flash Titan. And Flash Titan is like, it's... I feel so bad for the special effects team for Flashman, because they had to find a way to make that thing look cool, and it was like climbing Everest. Yeah, so it's like the trade-off. It's like, it is literally because of Sir Calder and the general aesthetic and Flash King existing that it still remains in B tier. Otherwise, I would put it in high C. That is... Hey, Elder. It's not the Kamen Rider ranking. Jeez. No, anyway. But yeah, so that's basically where we're at with that. Oh my god, it's... I want to put it higher up, but it's... That Sentai fight with Red Flash, yeah, chef's kiss. Absolutely. All right, which brings us to Mask Man. Which... Oh boy. Oh boy. So here's the funny thing. I own the masking brace. I bought that sucker on a whim at my first Power Morphicon. I think Great 5 is one of the best Sentai robots ever designed. I think overall the story has a lot going for it. I'm still gonna put it in C tier. Like... I'm still gonna put it in, I'll put it just above Sun Vulcan. It is very mid, and there's a lot of wasted potential with it. Also, Galaxy Robo is another massive downgrade. Want to love it, just doesn't quite work. Yeah, it sucks with that, because I want to love it more, but oh, my birth year Sentai. Odyssey, I'm so sorry. Yeah, poor Mask Man. And listen, it's like a good opening by, like, one of the first openings by Kageyama Hironobu. It just, and that's where it ends up. It's such a heartbreaker. Grade 5 is amazing, and yet this horrible goblin robot. Yeah, oh god. Alright. Okay, which leads us, of course, to... it leads us, of course, to the Zigzag Youth Road. Which... I'm gonna... I'm sorry, I think we have our first D tier. We have our first D tier. I have tried so many times to get into Turbo Ranger. I can't do it. I have tried so many times, and in theory, I like it, but I can't. And Turbo Builder is pretty cool. Man, I'll defend it. I just got through it first. Yeah, Also, I'm sorry. I know it's the time, but I did not like the Turbo Robo. I did not like Turbo Robo at all. I'm sorry. There's a lot that works for it that I do like, but there's just, I can't. It gets better with the anime. I'll take your word for it. The movie is pretty good, at least. The movie at least tried to do something different, and I appreciate it with that, but yeah, I can't. I'm sorry, guys. We have our first D tier. 5-Man is probably also gonna go low. It'll probably be... It's gonna be high C tier. Mark, I respect you. I just say it's high. Overhate it. Yeah. 5-Man will be... It's gonna be high C because It's another one of the seasons that it took me a while to kind of come around on, but I really enjoyed it. Also, the drunken boxing episode, and the goddamn 5-man puppets. 5-man, I'm anticipating feels like the oatmeal. It's fun. I think once you get to the point where it really stops taking itself seriously, that's where a lot of the really good stuff starts happening. Also, Star 5 is one of my favorite support mecha ever. Even though I don't like Super 5 Robo, that design just looks hideous for me. Everything else about 5-man is great. I'm curious about, since there's actually a physical release of it. It's fun, Errol. It's actually a really fun show. And it's very bonkers, but I wouldn't call it a masterpiece, but it's definitely one of the better shows out there. All right, now we get to Jetman, and you know, I think it's gonna be, you know what? I'm gonna probably put it at high B. It's gonna be, Jetman's gonna be high B, and I'm probably gonna be dead in the morning, but I'm gonna be absolutely dead in the morning, but it's gonna be high B. And let me see if I can find the, hold on, it's not playlist. Where are you, albums? Also, I had so much fun cutting the trailer for 5-man for Shout. I had such a good time working on that one. There we go. I think that's good. Does that make you but yeah, so I just think Jetman has a lot going for it, but it also has a lot of fat. And I think if it really trimmed it, I think it could have been a masterpiece. But it's also Inoue. I mean, Inoue's gonna Inoue, but like I just wish the robots didn't look so clunky. I just wish that Jet Icarus didn't pick up until Great Icarus, because like the upgrade was probably the best glow up, even though it was still very blocky. But I think yeah, it's just the mechanical designs that really take me out of it. But other than that, like, it's still like there's a lot of good stuff that happens, but it's just there's too much fat to have to cut around at some times, and I just. Although I love Guy. Guy's whole story arc in that show is really where I watch. Really, what you watch Live In for. The relationship between Ryu and Kaori, White Swan. It just feels so boring. It was so boring to me, because it just felt like the characters were just sort of smushed together. It was a romance I never really cheered on. Like anytime it seemed like she was hooking up with Guy, it just was like, you know, it's not gonna last long, because she's gonna go for the himbo red, and sure enough. So it's like a lot of the trendy drama stuff kind of works and it kind of doesn't, and I don't know. I'm of two minds on it. But there's still a lot that goes for it. Also, any show that has Yutaka Hirose as like a main, like, foil, like how he was in Jetman, especially how he was in Jetman, is immediately an instant plus. Immediately, it's an instant plus. You can tell Inoue didn't enjoy riding Yu very much. He clearly loathed riding a Boy Scout. Absolutely, that's why he got punched in the face. So yeah, so that's my feeling on Jetman. Now we get to Zyuranger. Zyuranger, it was one of my first Sentai seasons. I do have a nice warm place in my heart for it. But it's a show that doesn't really pick up for me until Barai shows up. And so it's gonna be very high C tier. Very high C tier for me for Zyuranger. I mean, the main thing is, like, you are still watching for the Bandora show. It is basically the Bandora show until Barai shows up. And then everything starts getting a lot better. And, like, the main storyline really kicks in with the world building. And you get some great stuff out of it. But there's a lot of filler that just doesn't really do it for me. Definitely have all the franchise, but I wouldn't go out of my way to watch. Exactly. Like, if I got, like, if I had a box set for it, if I won a box set for it, I would immediately trade it. And I think also because of, like, the MMPR bias, I'm also kind of, like, on it. Like, I'm kind of oversaturated by it. So that's another reason. Sugimura was getting his legs there. Absolutely. So, let's see. And then, of course, we get to Kaku Ranger. And Kaku Ranger, I'm kidding, it's not gonna be F tier. Kaku Ranger is gonna be it's gonna be another high C for me. I'll put it just ahead of 5-Man. In that, I think it's very fun. It took me a while to grow on it because I was in my snob weeb phase when I was really discovering it. But it was like, once I really learned about, like, the pedigree behind it with the action, and then also just allowed myself to have fun with tokusatsu like that, I think that's where it really kind of elevated a bit for me. But yeah, Kaku Ranger, I wouldn't call, yeah, it's not really S tier for me, but it's definitely like, actually, I don't even know if I would put it C tier now that I think about it. It would definitely be late. Okay, it's definitely going to be high B. I'll definitely put it high B. Not going to lie, over the years, I've lowered my rank on DAI, yet Kakure is only ever elevated. Yeah. Yeah, I think Kakure is definitely going to be B. It'll definitely be, like, high B. So let's see here. Let me see if I can find, okay, I'm like going through all these Sentai soundtracks. I'm just like, okay, what other ones do I have that would be good? Let's see. Come on, where's... Oh, you son of a bitch. Come on, there we go. I was like, where's Flash King? I want to hear fucking Flash King. Okay, where are you? There we go. Reminds me that I need to check the anniversary special. The anniversary special was a lot of fun. I think it definitely needed a little more time in the oven, I think, in terms of the story. But I really do wish there was another shooting location other than the Warehouse of Doom. And I think it should have been like a limited series. I think the Kaku Ranger special should have at least been like a 3-episode limited series, and they would have had more time to flesh some stuff out. But even still, I think that's like, I know it's wishful thinking. So let's see. All right, O-Ranger. O-Ranger is definitely gonna be... it's definitely going to be mid C. The end of an era and some truly amazing action work. Like, Goro was a leader, but as a victim of circumstance. Yeah, like, you can't really hate it because of everything that was going on with it. You have to give it to them, though, for, like, sticking to their guns a little bit for the ending. Because that ending was brutal. But, yeah, like, design, music, action... One of the best Sentai, like, the best Sentai tie-in movies ever. There's a lot going for it, so it's definitely gonna be high. Yeah, it's high C. It's high C. Absolutely high C. Car Ranger. S tier. Car Ranger is S tier, and I will fight people for this. Car Ranger is absolute S tier. It is an example of when you take the piss out of the premise and you have the best time possible with it, and you somehow manage to do everything right. Like, straight up. Like, oh my god. Car Ranger should not have worked the way that it did. Oh my god. It should not have worked the way that it did. And yet it did. And it was amazing. You know what? We're gonna put on the Dragon Caesar song. Even though I just called this mid. Straight up. It did everything right. And one of the best ensembles, some of the best mechanical designs, some of the coolest model shots. I want to say it's between 1995 and 1996. No, I think between 94 to 96 is when I want to say, like, the new regime was really kind of taking over. Because you have to remember that around this time too, that so by 89, 90, we were seeing the kind of phasing out of, like, a lot of the stalwarts. So Katsushi Murakami was on the outs, was on the way out. Tsuyoshi Nonaka, one of his proteges, was becoming basically the new design lead, and so he was taking over. And then at that same time, you had Hiroshi Butsuda, who was the mentor, or not mentor, the protege of Nobuo Yajima, who had been the previous main effects director and head of the Tokusatsu Laboratory. And by the start of Five Man, he was coming in to become the new effects director, and he is still to this day the main effects director for Super Sentai. And so it's really when he's coming to his own. So but it's like, I feel like he didn't really, Butsuda really didn't get his sea legs, or I feel like he didn't really grow the beard until Zyuranger. Because the sequences in that show are absolutely amazing. Like the Daijujin combination sequence is one of the best Sentai combiners ever. And then it just got better and better and better and better. And so by the time we got to O-Ranger, Butsuda had really found his groove, and Nonaka had also found his groove as well, and he was becoming very ambitious with those mechanical designs. I mean, that's why King Pyramider exists, is because he's just like, I want to do the biggest Sentai mech ever. And but it's some of his best work, absolutely some of his best work. So I really have to give it up to them. So it's when you get to Car Ranger that a lot of that greatness is still really coming through, and we still get some cool ones. I think they kind of phoned it in a bit with VRV Master, or VRV Robo, but I feel like there's just so much other good stuff going there that it's like it counterbalances it a bit. But otherwise, Yana, I love Car Ranger so much. It's so delightful. Absolutely S tier. The comedy actually works. Yeah, the comedy also doesn't force you like over the head with it. It's just well done. Bunch of Ursa and Araka. Absolutely. So yeah, but Car Ranger is just a delight. Okay, so we already talked about Mega Ranger. Mega Ranger is my S tier. Oh man, Flash to the bottom of B. All right. Gingaman. Gingaman, I'm gonna put that. Let's say, you know what? Yeah, I think it definitely has to go, like, high A. Let's see. I would say, or I have to give it high, and I'm giving it a high A, because there's just, from a technical standpoint, it did so much well. Also, I wish that Bandai had let them stick to their guns and let the let the Seiju be kaiju for the whole season. I think it would have been pretty awesome. But I get it; they had to sell toys. Also, Gingaman also goes into that high A tier largely because it is one of the best also has what I consider the peak combination sequence of the 1990s. Come on. I know you've got it. I know you've got it. I know the sequence is on here. And if it isn't, then yeah, it's like you had the music, you've got Takayuki Miyauchi just singing his heart out. This sequence. Look at that shit. Alright, but that's not the peak. The peak is here. This is it. It's not the full sequence, but it's enough. I cannot watch this without getting a big smile on my face. Just get ready for this shit. Yeah! It's my boys! Just look at that shit! Look at that! Oh, this shot! But just look at this! 1, 2, 3! Ah! Yeah! Ah! Oh, here we go! God! Gain! Ball goal! Look at that shit! Just, you can't look at that and tell me that you don't think it's awesome. Like, the only reason you can hate that is if you hate fun. Like, straight up. Oh, it's one of the best combination sequences ever. It is the best combination sequence ever. Just, so good. So fucking good. That's why it is going to be, that's why it's staying in A. And I'm putting my foot down on it. Oh my gosh. All right. Anyway. Okay. Which gets us to Go-Go 5. Go-Go 5 is also going to be high A. But I'm going to put it ahead of Gingaman. Actually, you know what? S tier. S tier ahead of Car Ranger. Burning rescue spirits, baby! Yeah, like, it's one of those shows that just, like, you're surprised they didn't do a rescue team by that point. And it just did it so well. Especially with the family drama. Okay, the only blight on Go-Go 5, the only actual blight on Go-Go 5 is Victory Mars. It is the only blight, and it sucks because it's the only blight. Here Toei said, shit, Supro is making us work up our effects budget. Rescue Ace deck player. I like Victory Mars. I just like, okay, because like you go from this sequence, right? You go from this. You got tie, you know. Go-Go Brace Memorial Edition went man, it would be so cool if they could do that. I don't think we're ever getting it. But just look at this, though! Beetle Mars. Yeah, like, Beetle Mars is fine. Here's the problem, though. Just look at that! Got time! Victory Rob! Fuck you, karaoke effects. Anyway, here's my problem. Here's my problem. Victory Mars, great BGM. The concept of Beetle Mars is absolutely amazing. I just wish there was a bit more intricacy to the actual transformation into Victory Mars instead of him just leaning up. And I just wish it didn't look so clunky. The SMP of it kind of fixes a lot of those problems, but it's still just... You'll see. Also, I love Liner Voice so goddamn much. Yeah, like, okay. Like, the BGM is badass. And, like, it is cool. It's just, like, though, I don't like the head that just juts out at the back. I wish they tucked it in or something. Like, I mean, hiding it with the cannon is okay. But, like, yeah, Beetle Mars looks cool, the model. But you see what I mean? It's just like... It's just the same sequence, and it's just Beetle Mars, and he just stands up. I wish this had been models. I wish this had been models. But yeah, you'll see, like... And then he just stands up. It just looks so damn clunky. It's like, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's the Gacha Spartan. It is like the Super Sentai equivalent of the Gacha Spartan. It is a cool idea, but it just doesn't really go anywhere. Fair. I also love the parallel between the Tatsumi family and the Saimai clan. Yeah, like, oh yeah, those are great. Like, the family intrigue is fantastic. It's just... the little kid in me is like, the robot looks stupid! But, you know, that's it. It's like, that's the only blight on Go-Go 5. Everything else is S tier. Everything else about it is absolute S tier. And straight up. So that's why it is going to be up there. Now then. Mock, you're a hero. I'll forgive your hot take this time out of love. Okay, now we get to Time Ranger. You know what? Time Ranger will be high A. Time Ranger absolutely will be high A. Time Fire is still my boy. I love the big plot twist of the show and the fact that the show actually stuck to its guns. This was still at that time where they weren't like controlling the endings of shows so that you could like force crossovers. And I admire Time Ranger for being able to stick to its guns and being able to hold on to that and not be ruined in like subsequent things like V Cinemas or whatever. I mean, even Gokaiger was like, we're not gonna fuck this up. like even when Gokai's just like, we're not gonna mess up this ending. I'd rank it in S2, but I'm still planning a rewatch this year with Kuga. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, Time Fire is my boy. Time Fire is my boy. The only blight on Time Ranger for me is the mechanical design. Time Shadow is sexy. Time Shadow is downright sexy. And the V-Rex is absolutely great. But Time Robo has the problem that Jet Icarus had, where it's too damn clunky. It feels like they're trying to shoehorn Anna Mecha from like 1993 into a show for 2000. They needed to go a different direction, and it just didn't work. It just really didn't work, and the scaling was just a mess. Time Row Alpha, fine. Beta, Gamma, Dorito Jet. Yeah, basically. Gal Ranger. Gal Ranger will be going into High B. Gal Ranger goes into High B. It's a show that is near and dear to my heart. It's a show that is very near and dear to my heart. Well, we're blitzing through these now. Yeah. Well, we're catching up. But yeah, I think Gal Ranger, it's another show that I really do love, but it's another one of those that I wouldn't go out, like, if it's on TV, I'm gonna watch it, but I'm not gonna go out of my way for it. Gal Ranger has, there's a lot going, I keep saying a lot of the same things, but it's like, I do really, Let me see something real quick. That's okay. Yeah, let me see here, because I gotta hear the opening. I gotta hear the opening. I mean, Gal Ranger Hoido is like my karaoke standard. I'll say the one issue, the same thing with Japan, is that low character growth and not many stories. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is for me too. Is just the characters are just sort of there, and we don't really see a whole lot with them. It's just them going through these situations, but it still maintains a lot of cool drama, and I really do like the action. Yeah, Gao is very fluffy. Yeah. Honestly, only watch it for the few storylines in the anniversary movie. Yeah, Gal Ranger vs. Super Sentai is like, I think, until, before we got, Kyoryuger vs. Go Busters, before we got that movie, Gal Ranger vs. Super Sentai was the peak anniversary movie. That to me was the peak anniversary movie. But then, oh no, was it Gokaiger versus Go Busters? That's what it was. Gokaiger versus Go Busters. That to me was like, that was the that still remains the peak, because the finale is one of the most satisfying, and just from a technical standpoint was really well done. And yeah, the soundtrack was peak. So absolutely Gal Ranger there. Yeah, there's a lot going for it, but there's also a lot that's just kind of like, eh. Also, for those who didn't know, Gal Ranger was my first ever, one of my first ever fan dubs from when I was an aspiring voice actor. I have to find the episode again, but I was the voices of Gal Yellow and Gal God. And then we did Gal Ranger vs. Super Sentai, which we just did the roll call. That's how I met Kara, who R5 fans may remember for being one of the last voice of I, Sapphire I. Also my internet older sister. That is how I met Kara, because she was Mega Pink in that. And then I was Big One and Gao Yellow in that, in the roll call. Can I still find the torrents? For the fan dub? No, the fan dub, unfortunately, was only ever available on Voice Acting Alliance, and a lot of those files were lost in the Mega Apocalypse. So, unfortunately, unfortunately, it's lost to the ages. But I think I might have the roll call on another drive somewhere. I actually have to do some digging. But yeah, like, it's for years I've wanted a Gao Yellow jacket because of that. I've wanted Gao Yellow jacket, and unfortunately, it's either it doesn't fit me, or I have to get it commissioned, and it's like I have to fucking like spend a ridiculous amount of money for it. Someday I'll get it. Someday I'll get my Gao Yellow jacket. It'll be great. Which of course gets us to Hurricaneger. I will probably get flack for this. It's in my S tier. It's in my S tier. Hurricaneger is, I mean, okay, yes, it is basically Ninja Live Man. People hate Hurricaneger. I mean, well, the people who would get mad about me putting it in S tier, I guess that's where I'm like, people will probably give me flack for it. I think it's a good season. It's Ninja Live Man. It's a really fun season. It was one of the first seasons I watched in real time, actually. So to give you an idea, Gingaman was favorite PR tunes. Yeah. So Gingaman was the first Sentai show that we got to, that the internet, by way of like alt TV Sentai, got to see the promo of in real time. Because by way of the Sentai Video Club, we got to see the Gingaman promo literally hours after it had been shown in Japan. So it's a very big deal. So in the history of the internet, Gingaman is the first promo we ever got to see close to real time. So from Gingaman going into Go-Go 5, Hurricaneger comes in, well, like, so you have Gao Ranger and Hurricaneger kind of coming out. This is around the time that WinMX is becoming prevalent. So WinMX and peer-to-peer file sharing are becoming more of a thing, and you have like IRC and stuff like that, and people are using capture cards more. And so they're ripping stuff as it's being shown on TV. And so Hurricaneger was one of those first seasons that I got to see close to real time. Gao Ranger, not so much. Although Gao Ranger versus Super Sentai was the first time ever that when a movie came out, we were like, oh shit, when's it dropping? When's it dropping? A friend of mine actually told me that because she was in college, that when it came out, all of her friends who were fans of Gao Ranger were immediately like huddled around her desktop computer to watch it. So it was a big moment. So Hurricaneger was one of those first seasons that people could watch in real time. It wasn't the first fan sub. I think the first fan sub was... Was it Decca? I think it was... I think Decca was... Because we had Hong Kong subs by the time of Aba Ranger. Decca Ranger was when TVN came into the picture. So... Yeah, the HK Yellow subs. Yep. Yeah, Decca was the first. Yeah, Decca was the first Super Sentai to be fan subbed. Not to be the first to be subtitled overall because Battle Fever J, haha. But the first to be fan subbed was that. Although I think you still had stuff from Stegosaur came. Yeah, Stegosaur came out around that time though. So like you had Stegosaur would have been around by that point because they'd subbed Gingaman vs. Go-Go 5. Because they subbed Gingaman vs. Go-Go 5, and I think they subbed... Yeah, it would have been, Go-Go 5 vs. Gingaman, and then they also subbed... Did they sub Time Ranger vs. Go-Go 5? I don't remember. But I know it was around that time that they did a couple of Sentai subs. Yeah, Stenosaur did Car Ranger versus O Ranger. Yeah, that was the other one they did too. So it would have been, so the first sort of VHS fan subs were right around that time, but the first digital would have been Deca. So, so a little bit of internet history there. So, yeah, absolutely, we're gonna put that there. But yeah, Hurricane Drew was really fun. Hurricane Drew is just a really fun series. I'm kind of 50-50 on the anniversary movies, but I still think it's a really good time. Abba Ranger. Abba Ranger is gonna go, and I'm so sorry, it's gonna be high C. It's gonna be, Abba Ranger is high C for me. It's fun, but it just never really vibed with me. It just never really fully vibed with me, but I still enjoy the fuck out of it. C for Curry. C for Curry, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot that I like it. The first episode mech fight is amazing. Opposite opinions, this hurt. Yeah, but I just, I think if I rewatch it, I'm sure maybe it'll shoot up a bit. But I feel like, based on my memories of the time, I remember just being like, I had fun, but I wasn't like, you know, I wasn't totally in love with it. It's vibes. Yeah, it is absolutely a vibe season. Deca Ranger. Deca Ranger for me, I gotta rewatch it. I really do need to, but based on my memories of the time, it's also gonna be C tier. I'll say this, it's deliberately jarring, and I wish they hadn't chickened out with Nakadai. Yeah. Yeah, that's because that's when they really started. That is really when they started kind of setting things up for crossovers. Because then it's like death never really became a high stake anymore. Deca's S tier for me. Recently watched, still holds up. It was my first Sentai, so some bias. Yeah. Deca Ranger for me, I would say, yeah, it's... I will probably put it like ahead of Abba Ranger. And yeah, I'll put it ahead of Abba Ranger in C tier. It's... I need to watch the new anniversary movie for that too. You need to watch Deca Ranger. Yeah, it's... Deca Ranger, I remember having a really fun... I met some of my best friends in the fandom because of Deca Ranger. Because we sang the opening at karaoke. That's actually how I met Mike Toole. Was at karaoke at ASEP when we were trying to sing it. Oh, it was so funny. I got that anniversary SP license. I'm locked. I need to get that SP license. I've always wanted one and I've never gotten it. I've never fucking gotten an SP license. I've always wanted the damn thing. But yeah, I think Deca Ranger will be high C for me. Let's see, Maji Ranger. I gotta rewatch Maji Ranger. I'm probably gonna put it. I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna put it at C tier as well. I need to rewatch it because at the time I hated it because I couldn't stand Red's voice and Yellow bugged the hell out of me. But in recent years, I have been I've slowly been coming around on it. Bride of Infertia is probably one of my favorite movies, though, too. I had a really good time with that one. You watched Maji episode 1 the other day. First Sentai I saw real time. I remember liking it. Probably B tier. Yeah, I'm putting it in C. Actually, you know what? Let's put it in... Well, I'll put it in low B. I'll put it in low B. I'll put it just ahead. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do low B. There we go. Or mid B. Just to be safe. I think... Because I was watching one of the fights from it the other day, and I'm like, oh god, this was really good. I forgot this was in this. So we'll put that in B. And that's all I can say about Maji Ranger. Wilzar Fire is one of my favorite designs. Straight up. And I talked about this with some friends of mine when we were hanging out the other day. Like the line in Go Kaiger versus Go Sager 199 Heroes, when Wilzard Fire is like talking about like protecting all the families of the world. That's a line that still gets you. Like it really tugs at the heartstrings every time. I'm just like, ah, protect them all. Bokenger. Bokenger is going to be high A tier. Absolutely high A tier. It was a show that it took me finally watching it because somebody competent actually, hey Jeff, because somebody competent ended up subbing all of Bokenger, and I fell in love with it. Absolutely fell in love with the whole show. I think that movie, like the summer movie, was kind of because there was just a period of time where the summer Sentai movies were either very hit or miss, and I feel like the Bokenger movie was kind of like that. Someone competent, so Bokenger, the pot. I mean, seriously though. But yeah, someone competent. It definitely subbed it that year. It was great. It only took us a couple of years to finally get there. It sucked though because like there was another subgroup that was working on shows at the time, but they got like bullied out of the fandom, and it sucks when I think about that. It was so stupid, and everyone's forgotten about it. Let's see, confession, I saw Boken Raw's aired because I got impatient with TVN. Gotta watch the new subs. Goender needs new subs. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, Geki Ranger. Geki Ranger is probably gonna be... Geki Ranger will probably also be high A. I'm gonna put it just at... Yeah, I'll put it... just ahead of DAI Ranger. Geki Ranger S tier. Oh, that was Mishicorp. Well, yeah, I wasn't gonna name them, Jeff. But yeah, Mishicorp, because they subbed Maji Ranger and they did some other stuff too. But then it was like basically they got chased out of the fandom because certain other subgroups were accusing them of ripping their subs, which was completely unfounded and bullshit. Mock, assert your feelings. The Wushu lever, put that where it belongs. Geki is one I didn't watch much of getting into Maji, but I just wanted for the older stuff. Yeah, it's like... You know, I'm gonna get punched in the face for this. I liked Jungle Fury more than I liked Geki Ranger. I'm getting punched in the face for this. I liked Jungle Fury more than I liked Geki Ranger. I think what it was is we got more over the top action with Jungle Fury, and I really like the Spirit Rangers, you guys. For overshowing Geki so hard, huh? I still remember when the only way to watch the older Raws was navigating Brazilian forums like Tokyo Brazil to find stuff after YouTube kept taking Raw. Yeah! Oh, I forgot about Tokyo Brazil. Man, there were some sites that you really had to kind of like dig in and fight for. There was a one site called Zettai Toku, and due to a misunderstanding, and because I was off by like 1 point on my ratio, I got banned. And I missed out on getting all of Spectreman like on DVD rip. I'm still salty about it. And then that site got taken down, so who guess who won there? Ha ha! No. Anyway, God, you're taking me back. The old RMVB files, man. Okay. Go Onger is another one that I really need to rewatch. I'm going to put it mid to low C. Go Onger desperately needs new subs. Absolutely. But yeah, Go Onger for me, it's definitely that. I think it's on, play. Like after a while, that's like you're just kind of like, but it's still fun. It's still a fun show, and so I would put it definitely like mid to late C. Go and appreciate more subs that adapt the jokes better. Yeah. Okay, now we get to Shinkenger, and Shinkenger, I'm going to put. That's Shinken time. Say the line, Mock. No. What? Go Samurai? No. No. Man, I remember hanging out in prime time to watch the goddamn Power Ranger Samurai premiere and being like, this is just shot for shot. I think Shinkenger's fine, but man, Sluggish just fucks summer episodes. Yeah! I admire it for... I think, you know, I might move it even a little lower. Yeah, I'm gonna put DAI Ranger ahead of it, just ahead of it. It was very much a slow burn, but man, when it hit, it counted really well. Is Akiba Ranger? Yeah, I think Akiba Ranger is in here too because it's all official and unofficial seasons. So, when Akamara gets on, it's a struggle. Yeah, let's. I think, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's low A. Shinken's first half is great. Yeah, but yeah, I'll put it probably in lower A. Alright. Go Sager. Go Sager is... I'm gonna get... This is another one. S tier. It's S tier. Low S tier. And this is another instance where, like, okay, mechanical designs, not great. The rest of the show, when you have competent subtitles, it's actually really good. Yeah, I would put, it's in my lower S tier. I actually really liked it. So, and I think what it is, I liked the team, and I liked the team and the monsters more than I liked the mecha. And the story was pretty good. No fooling, I may need to reevaluate. Once, because like I said, somebody went back, translated the fuck out of it, and made it so like all the puns were intact, all the references were intact, and it made the show 10 times better. And that's why it's elevated for me. That's why it's in my S tier. And it's so good. I've seen more Ghost 11 in recent years since. Yeah, but it literally is because, like, part of it is better subtitles, because once you really get to the intricacy of it, you're like, oh shit, like, it's like Bokenger level intricacy with a lot of the monsters. It's pretty cool. Back when we had peak subs from groups like MFC and guys, this is legit my least favorite Sentai. Well, that's just like your opinion. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no, Go Sager for me is in my S tier. Absolutely is in my S tier. Go Kaiger. You know what? Go Kaiger's probably also gonna go. You know, I think when you take away the fact that it's an anniversary season, when you remove that, and when it stands on its own, I really have to put it in high A. I will put it in high A. Bokenger will still kind of go ahead of it. Gokai is probably the best anniversary season. Oh yeah, Gokaiger is still best anniversary season, without question. But I feel like if you remove the anniversary elements and you remove that bias, when it stands on its own, It's a still pretty solid show, but I wouldn't call it my S tier. So, and I feel like you kind of have to do that with anniversary shows. Is like, you know, if it's something that's very fan service reliant, at least give Go Busters a low for Enter and Escape. I liked Enter and Escape though. Answer's right. Unfiled, blocked, and reported. Okay. Go Busters, man. Go Busters is gonna be high C. Or no, not even high C. I will call it, let's say, mid C. Yeah. Absolutely is mid C. Go Busters. Here's the thing. I think if you watch Go Busters and you cut off right when they travel into hyperspace, if you cut that off, if you end the show right there, it's golden. It's a complete story. It's done. You don't need anything else. It's fine. Then the retool happened, and it just fell apart. The Gavon episodes were fun, I guess, at least. But... right, yeah, right when they kill Messiah, if you stop right at that episode, it's a good show. Because once you get past Messiah, it just falls apart. Props for killing... yeah. Yeah. And apparently nobody just revealed he has kidney cancer as we're listening to... Fuck, really? I know he got hospitalized recently. I didn't know that shit. Shit! Ugh. Man. Well, rooting for him all the same. It's like we've had all these close scares recently. Because, like, you know, what was it? I mean, Takeki Miyauchi is getting over his stroke. Akira Kushida got hospitalized, but he's coming out of it. He's getting his vocal power back. And then Nobi is now he's got kidney. Fuck, man. Man, rooting for him. Absolutely rooting for him. We were just talking about him on stream the other day. Too, like, because, like, his opening for fucking Ambassador Magma is, like, my favorite. Like, next to Pegasus Fantasy, it is my favorite song of his. Like, without question. Just, holy shit. That is devastating. All the energy and all the love. Yeah, I'll look at that link later, but man, that's a heartbreaker. All right. We gotta keep our spirits up. We gotta keep our spirits up here. Let's power through. I gotta let that wash over. Okay, but oh my god. You know, I was just thinking about it the other day. Like, it's still crazy. What was it? So it's kind of weird to me that I think within. And it was completely unintentional, but I have I have a little picture frame of, like, my parents in my hallway, you know, like right outside my bedroom, and then across from that I have the autograph sketch that I got from Ichiro Mizuki, and so I have them both kind of like parallel from each other, and it's just like it's like two little shrines there, and it's just there's just some mornings I just forget. I'm like, oh, that's right, he's gone. Fuck. And so it's just those little things, you know, and God, I know it's a bit morbid to think about that, but man, I am really pulling for him. I'm really hoping for the best. Just, all right, I gotta pull up. Okay. Okay, we'll do both Akiba Ranger seasons in a bit. Yeah, I gotta pat myself up here. Okay, Kyoryuger. Kyoryuger, I'm really sorry, folks. It's gonna be in my A tier, and I'm gonna put it just behind Shinkenger. Or would I put it, or would it be my S tier? I don't know. Quick question. Let's see. I don't hate it as an A tier choice. Yeah, like I just feel like it's not a masterpiece because by the end of it, it's just explosions. By the end of the series, it's really just nothing but explosions, and which isn't bad. It's just it's hard to kind of keep track of things after a while. It's elevated a bit by Sakamoto. Absolutely. Yeah, it is elevated. I think the only thing is this is before Sakamoto learned how to hide the goddamn trees. I'm scared that as soon as I pull the trigger on 5-man, Abba Ranger and Decker, they'll be put on streaming unless they can't be. Oh, I mean, it's not above my pay grade. At present, right now, there aren't any plans to put those on streaming. So, and either way, I mean, I wouldn't feel too bad about pulling the trigger on getting those. I mean, you should be assembling, getting physical media, because who knows what the hell Hasbro and E1 are gonna do in the next year or so. Anything's up for grabs at this point. So if you can get those DVDs, do it. You know, I need to start pulling the trigger on a lot of that stuff. I mean, I don't even have the 0-1 set, you know? And also, but yeah, also buy Kamen Rider X when it comes out. Please do. We put a lot of work into that one in terms of like features and stuff. So please, please, please get it. Oh, the trees? Yeah. So, okay. So what I mean by that is whenever you shoot outside. Okay. So when you do tokusatsu nowadays, back in the day, you could get away with all the pyro you wanted and shoot in studio. But now in Japan, there's fire safety laws preventing you from doing those crazy pyrotechnics in studio these days because of the fumes and also, you know, potential risk and all that stuff. So whenever there's a big scene where they need to explode the fuck out of napalm or whatever, and it's like a miniature set, they'll shoot everything kind of, you know, they'll do like all sorts of crazy parallax stuff to make it look like it's still a full-blown city set. And if you do it correctly, it looks effective. It just looks like you're shooting against the backdrop. But the problem is, when Sakamoto was starting out and doing a lot of the giant shooting stuff, he didn't know how to hide the goddamn trees. What's a little arson between friends? Hey, Greg, good to see you, man. Yeah, so basically, yeah, like, so there are some shots, especially like in Ultraman Ginga, where Sakamoto will shoot these big explosions and you can see the fucking trees. It just takes you right out of it. Carrick's purchase was already planned. Good. Let's see. Catching up on chat. All the SD DVD middle here aside from Winspector. Absolutely. Yeah, right now we're just ranking Super Sentai because I was like, I didn't know what else to do for a stream tonight. But I thought this was very relevant. And my voice is still getting super froggy. God damn it. Ugh. Okay, so now get on the train, damn it. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Okay. So Tokuger, man, that rules. Looking forward to the pandemic era Sentai takes. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna say I did not like Tokyo. I feel like something was wrong with me. I get pelted with hammers. It's okay. Tokuger for me. You know what? It's gonna be S tier. Yeah, S tier above Ghost Ager. And I give it to them because I need to rewatch. Yeah, I give it to Tokuger because it was the most quality gifts. Absolutely. But yeah, it was one of the biggest surprises. The show kept you guessing. It really kept you guessing. And it's so funny because, like, you look at the gimmick, and the gimmick is, like, so zany. But they make it work. And then once you realize the reason why it's so zany, everything about the show makes sense. Like, because of course it's stuff that kids would come up with. That's a kid's drawing. Because a kid's not going to be, like, over-designing the fuck out of it. They're just doing what they think looks cool. So of course they're going to look like that. And I'm pointing at it. Like you can see my hands. And no, imagination is a hell of a drug. Yeah, but it works. And, like, you know, you make a reevaluate. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And, like, the trains being the way they are, it's a kid's drawing. It's all kids' drawings. And it's kids' logic. So, of course, they're going to look like that. I mean, the Grand Terminal thing still looks like a fucking mess. But once you really get to the thick of it and find where everything's going on, it really makes sense. And, like, the villains were one of the biggest surprises for me. It's a fun show. It really is up there. I think from, like, a writing standpoint and just from a structure standpoint, it's this perfect storm for me. And that's why I love Tokyuger so much. That's why it's in my S tier. Also, we're all cursed to become model train dads at some day. It's like every species will turn into a crab eventually. Oh, yeah, no. Dude, I mean, that's already happening. I mean, no, I feel like our model trains are going to end up being, like, Gundam kits. That, like, I feel like Gundam kits are our generation's model trains. Or, like, the D'Agostini, like, assembly kits that it's, like, assemble, like, a 20, you know, assemble, like, a 20 centimeter tall, like, Mazinger Z that just sits there in your den and judges you for your money decisions over the course of 20 magazine issues. I was a model train club as a teen. I left that life behind me. I never looked back. Yeah. I want to train Gundam now. Well, that's what Shinkalion basically is. Also, Wagon giving Pixie Vars good food for an entire year. God damn it, Lou. I want Train Zorcy. Someday we will get that. All right. Ninja. It will stay in F tier. Ninja will stay in F tier. It will probably be the only Sentai show that will stay there. I'm sorry. I fucking hated it. Okay. I cannot stand red. I can't stand blue. Pink and white were like the only reason I tried to stick around. And then they threw everything they could at me to try to get me to stick around with, like, the Ninja Reunion, with Jiraiya. You know, they threw all this stuff at me to try to get me to stick around. And it sucks because I like the robot design. I think the robot design is incredible. Star Ninja is probably my favorite, probably one of my favorite six. It's such a dumb concept and I love it so much. And yet, I fucking hate it. Like, Megami Han's in it, and I still hate it. Yeah, I like the old man in crossovers, but it was very meh. Yeah. Gold was the best character of the show. And, like, you know what, here's the thing that I wish they had done. The thing that I really wish they had done, if they had really thought about it, is be like, okay, so the dad used to be a ninja. But it's like you tie it to friggin' Ninja Captor to bring everything full circle, because Ninja Captor was considered a Sentai show back in the day. Like, if they had done that, like, it would have been amazing. If I had adapted Ninja Steel, like, if I was the one adapting that to a Power Ranger show, and you had the whole thing with the dad used to be a ninja, or it was like a family business thing, I would have just fucking done Ninja Captor. I would have just put that in there and have them be super zany and looking like 1960s Batman. Professor Makai from B-Fighter couldn't save it. Re-Gun is being model manager V and some planning sessions last week, and you know we want to go to the Small World Miniatures Museum in Tokyo. Yes! You have to. Oh, dude. Send me a DM. I have some recommendations for you for places. Because, oh my god. Because you're going to have to go to the diver base and all that stuff, but I think by the time you get there, they'll probably have a lot of the newer stuff up too. So this Sentai is actually my actual least favorite. Yeah. So let's move on from shit ninjas. Yes. You got your wish in Kikai, kind of. Yeah. All right. So now we get to a show that I really wish had worked better. A show that I really wish had worked better. Had all the potential to really do some really cool stuff, and I just feel like they fucked up on the stakes so much. And that's why it's going to be a very high C. I'm going to put it just above. Yeah, let's put it above Go Busters. Yeah, an aggressively okay season. There was so much else they could have done, and they didn't do it. Like, okay, why didn't the team get why give the team another power up? You know, you gave everything red focus, and I don't know. The moment that pissed me off. The moment that pissed me off about Zyuohger is the. Oh my god, it was. Okay, so they had the big moment. They had the big moment where they took down one of the generals. And it was like this big moment. And it is this culmination of all this stuff. And they just resurrect him the next episode. Which it took, as soon as that happened, I tuned out of the show. I was so mad. I love Zhuo Gold. I thought that whole thing was really funny, but once they cast the devil out of him, basically, I thought he was a really funny character. But it was after that I just stopped watching because it was just at that point it's like, okay, the villains aren't gonna really do anything this season. It's just we're going through the paces. But Yamato is probably one of the best Reds we've ever gotten, and I do like his Beast Tamer sword so much. So goddamn much. Would have been something if they had crossed over with more animal Sentai like Gao Ranger. Yeah, I mean, the potential was there. Master Shafu from friggin' Geki Ranger shows up in friggin' like the movie or something, and that's wasted. That Zhuo the World annoyed the piss out of me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought he was funny. Once he shook that off though, like, I just love the idea as like this dark character, but then he's like, oh, he was really. Gokaiger episodes were fun. The Gokaiger episodes were fun. Those were a lot of fun, but I just very aggressively mid. A very well done okay season. Gokaiger can always elevate things. Oh yeah, that's the secret weapon. Okay, but yeah, so that's Zyuohger for me. Q Ranger. D tier. I'm sorry, I can't stand Lucky. I tried so goddamn hard. So hard to get into the season. There's so much about it that I do like. I can't stand the Red Ranger though. The dance was great, but I can't stand Lucky. I couldn't get through more than 3 episodes with him. I mean, Scorpion was fantastic, and he gets the really cool spin-off, and I do like the mecha, and Phoenix Soldier is amazing, but I can't get past Red, man. It's like if you held a gun up to my head and to make me rewind, I would just say pull the trigger in Minecraft. I would just say, if you held a blaster up to my head, I would just say, send me to the Shadow Realm. There's no way I'm rewatching this. But the dance and Hammy's great. Like I said, there's so much else that I do like about it. I just can't. Also, Greg, I'm gonna say this. Like, when I watched Q Ranger the first time and saw Hammy, all I could think of was V. Because V could absolutely, like, be a dead ringer for her. Like, let's see. Ambitious sometimes works, it bites off more. Yes, absolutely. Shouldn't be an E tier since you feel that negative. because there's redeeming qualities to it. That's why it's going to be in D tier. You know what? Maybe it will be in E tier. Absolutely, it's going to be E tier. Space Squad. Yeah, but just because. Yeah, but then again, it's the anniversary bias. Gonna let her know that. Yeah, like seriously, like if you look at Hammy, like look at Hammy and tell me that you cannot think of V when you see her, like straight up, like if she ever wanted to do Sentai cosplay, she could easily do that. There was so much Key Ranger cosplay for the 2 years it was out. Yeah, because everyone wanted the damn jackets. Yeah, I really do wish that Bandai of America had done more with it and we had gotten this for Cosmic Fury. I really wish we had. I think it could have been something really fun. I tried writing a pitch for it. I tried writing a pitch for a Key Ranger adaptation at one point. Unfortunately, I didn't get eyes on it. Hammy should bring it up to D tier at least. Yeah, you know what? I'm sticking to my guns. We're keeping it in D. It's gonna be a very low D. All right, now we get to Lupat. Lupat is absolute. Now, Lupat, straight up, also F tier. High F. No, Lupat just entirely gave up on the Versus support because Lupin Ranger was selling more of the toys. Yeah. Lupat drove me crazy. Lupin X was a tumor on the show. Okay, here's the thing. Lupat got F because it fucked the count up. Yeah. So here's the thing. My logic for Lupat. The Lupin Rangers were great. I think Lupin Red had new actor syndrome. Where it's like, I think it's where you wanted to believe he was a badass, but he was like, oh god, no, he's too much of a good kid. Pat Ranger had a cool idea, but they were never interesting to me. See, I feel like if they had just done Lupin Ranger and just had like a Zenigata as like your as like the 4th or 5th or whatever, I think it would have been a much better show. Lupin X was fine. I just think Lupin X's mecha and the ultimate reveal for him were terrible. Lupin X's mecha was just, it's fucking god awful. Like that thing looks like it's held together by like bubblegum and popsicle sticks. I can't stand it. Yeah, like Lupin Ranger had good designs. It's just it couldn't save it. It couldn't save the show for me. I couldn't get into it after a while. I tuned out. Also, Patron 3 or whatever, I couldn't stand him at all whatsoever. I wish they had done it with Nual. Yeah, I would have loved. Yeah, Nual, if they had made him a Pat Ranger for like a one-off, would have been amazing, and they didn't do it. I'm playing both sides so that I always come out on top. Like, yeah, I don't know. Lupat felt like the first show that a little too CGI heavy for them. Yeah, and after a while, like the mecha got on my nerves. The more I talk about it, the more disappointed I am because it was such a cool idea on the page, and they just fucked it up. And I don't know. Like even the theme song just riles me up. We're gonna listen to View Soldier. God damn it. View Soldier is going to be, without question, it's gonna be a very high C. Yeah, View Soldier is a very high C for me. It started out so fucking strong. And I love the mechanical designs for the most part. But then friggin' Silver or whatever shows up, and I hated him as a character. But here's the thing. View Soldier basically said, hey, robot battles can be cool again. And without us relying too much on CG. The first episode battle with Kishiryu, like, straight up, one of the best sequences the Tokusatsu Laboratory had done up to that point. Like, it is still, like, just from a technical standpoint, from cinematography, from like a fan standpoint, one of the best. One of the fucking best. And my buddy Ryan absolutely hates this season because he thinks the Ryusoulgers look more like villains, which I don't really buy. I just love this. Also, I love Ryusoul Pink so much. She is such a fun character. There's so much about the show that just works, and for me, but it just falls short. Like it really falls short in its focus after a while. But it's still pretty good. But not like a masterpiece. But either way, like the opening right now is like my ultimate go-to pick-me-up, and I get a little choked up. I usually get a little choked up whenever I watch it. With the umbrella, just the bit where she throws up the umbrellas, it gets me every time. Like, because the actress who played their human friend unfortunately passed away untimely. But yeah, like, it's such a good season, like in that regard. The moment they killed off Nada, I tuned the fuck out. Yeah. Is this Psychic Lover? It is not Psychic Lover. I forget who sang it. I forget who sang it. Gee, if only I had some means of looking this up. Let's see. That was Tomohiro Hatano. Who, and I forget what else he did. But either way, also Jiro Dan is in it, and that's a play. Yeah, Jiro Dan is plays one of the mentors, and I love him so much in that. And I'm glad they brought back the snack shack gimmick and gave him a food truck. It was great. Give it a second shot. Also, I adore the opening and ending. Yeah, the ending. When I watched that sucker in real time, I always got up and did the dance for the ending for Ryusoulger. No other Sentai has gotten me to do it. Let me see Ryusoulger, but should we talk about the Super Sentai? Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll do the specials after this. So, all right. Now we get to Kira Major. And Kira Major is straight up S tier. It is straight up S tier. And I'm actually gonna put it a little bit above Hurricaneger. I'm gonna put them right in the middle, deadlock. Kira Major was, Kira Major, you have to understand, Kira Major was one of the pandemic shows. It was one of the pandemic Sentai shows. It got me through 2020. This and Ultraman Z got me through 2020. Because I looked forward to this every week, and I had the dumbest smile on my face every time. And while I don't like the main mech design, I always thought it was a bit too clunky, although I thought Land Mage looked... I fucking loved Land Mage, without the helicopter add-on, stuff like that. I thought that was great. But everything else after that, though, was pretty fucking solid. And the story was great. The characters were great. Red never got too annoying. He was just a good boy he wanted to protect. The surprise Geki Ranger crossover was great. I thought that was executed very well. There's just it just is knocking switch out. Yodana, getting our first Sentai face villain in years, was one of the best surprises ever. It was just so good. It's such a good, solid, fun season. It's very much the template that we got for Boom Boomger. And it's a good template if you can do it correctly. And I think that that's definitely, it's up there for me. It's a pity the pandemic cut it. Well, it didn't cut it short actually. I mean, here's the thing. Kira Major was the season that lucked out with the pandemic because they had already shot so much of it in advance that the episodes that it did affect were only very minimal. Like, it only cut it down to like there was like maybe 2 episodes where they were wearing masks, and everything else was still worked. Everything else still worked. Yeah, top tier blue. 01 is the one that absolutely got reamed by the pandemic, though, because by that point it was like they got hit. They had to do recap specials, and then they were only given, I think, like 3 or 4 episodes to wrap everything up. And so, like, 01 was the bigger victim of like the pandemic, more so than Cure Major. It was one of the few times where yeah, it sounds like it's where Sentai gets good again. Absolutely. I mean, I feel like once you hit Cure Major, there's like a nice uptick. They kept it cheerful due to the pandemic, which is great. Next we get to Zenkaiger, and Zenkaiger to me is a very... It's a very mid-B. It's a very mid-B for me. When it comes to hijinks seasons, I'm very picky. You know, like, I think what it was is, like, Zenkaiger just kind of... gonna have to go S tier. I'm like, I'm sorry, I enjoyed it, but it's not my S tier. Okay, I'll concede a little bit, and I'll put it at a very low A. How's that sound? I'll probably put, let's say, yeah, I'll put it at a very low A. The reason why I think what it is, it's like, I did enjoy the characters. I really enjoyed, like, yeah, there's just a lot that was there, but when it comes to seasons where it's just stuff happening and there's not a whole lot, like, I mean, the story when it did hit was great, but it's just like, I get burned out on the hijinks a lot. And then the other thing was, I gotta rank Zenkaiger higher because of, I gotta rank it higher because of 2 Kaiser. I have to rank it higher because of 2 Kaiser. Damn it. Okay, I'll rank it above Kyurager. 2 Kaiser got me my first anime gig. So I have to respect it a little bit more. I did love basing the main characters on past back. Oh yeah, like that was fun. I felt old when they mentioned YouTubers in the first episode, and they also got confused about how they made every Sentai its own universe. Yeah, when they kept rewriting the rules on that, I was a little, but I don't know. Now you have to play 2 Kaiser song. I don't want it. I don't want it. No. Anyway. Also the Jetman scene. Yeah, the Jetman parody! That's right! Oh, God. Yeah, there is a lot with Zenkaiger that works. That is good, but it's not my S tier season. I wish we got more crossovers. Okay, Mog Sing 2. No! No! I don't want it. You can't make me. But I did appreciate the references to Isao Sasaki and Mitsuko Hori. Yeah. Well, that, and then you also have the fact that was the last soundtrack that Shimei Watanabe worked on. That was his very last soundtrack before he passed away that he worked on. And so it was really cool they got that out of him. And it is a pretty solid score. So, yeah, I have to rank Zenkaiger like that higher up because of that. Oh, yeah, it was. Yep. Okay. Now... Oh, that's right. I gotta put in additional images to your tier list. Images from the website will include your download. Oh, yeah, that's right. I gotta put your poster. Okay, I just make sure that it's the right. Okay. Wow, this is really being sluggish tonight. Okay, hang on. right, hang on. The fuck? Why didn't it save? Oh wait. The fuck? They gotta go! Go! There we go. Alright. There we go. Got it. Okay. So... let me get back here. Let's see. I've heard Dawn Brothers is pretty S tier though. Dawn Brothers is gonna be a very high A. Dawn Brothers is a very high A. I think the only thing about it that stops it from being S tier to me is Toshiki Inoue being a cat person. It's Toshiki. It's because Toshiki Inoue was being a cat person, and a lot of the mysteries were just sort of chucked out the window. I was just like, come on, if you're not even gonna try. I love that Inoue just gave us its always Sentai in Philadelphia. But, oh, totally is. So far already. Well, I mean, we've been going for almost, 4 hours, Falco. So, we got pretty far. There were a couple of seasons where I really didn't have a whole lot to say about it. So... Errol, give it a shot. Yeah, definitely. The mysteries were unfortunate window dressing, and that hinders it. Yeah, that's what stops it. The character ensemble is so good. And also the final mechanical designs were hideous. Donani Taijin was already perfection. You didn't need to put anything else on it. But yeah, I think that's absolutely, keeps it up there. It's out of sheer stubbornness that Denji Man remains in my top 2. All right. Now we get to King Oger. King Oger is, you know what? I'm gonna say it. King Oger is in my S tier. I would put it either low S. I think it's gonna be low S tier. Absolutely is low S tier. It's because I feel like one of the big issues with it, I mean, the story's so vast that sometimes it's a lot like an open world game where sometimes that vastness just kind of works against you. And I think the problem ultimately was that the action didn't really catch up to the show until about a good chunk of the way through. When they started realizing that, oh, hey, we should probably put more effort into the fights, they really started knocking it out of the park. And the end game was fantastic. Once you hit that back half after the time skip, it fires on all cylinders. And I love it for that. I love the scope for that. It's I haven't released it yet, but in my viewing guide for Vintage Henshin for that year, for 2023, King Oger is my show of the year. Full stop. Just full stop was my show of the year. Yeah, King Oger was a drag for me, but what a great ending. Yeah, I mean, when a Sentai show can end and just on the scale of Gurren Lagann, that's when you know that something has been done right. I'm the Absolute Rabbit. I could talk the praise of King Oger all day. There were times where it was a slog, but I think there was enough going for it that you can't deny that it's a remarkable season. So I will put it very low S tier. Very low S tier. Which leads us to, let's see. Okay, so this will be the last main season, and then we get to do specials. So we're gonna put Boom Boomger. You know what? I'm going to put it high A. I'm gonna put Boom Boomger in like I would say. Or, you know, let's see. Low A, high B. I would. And it's a season that I really liked. It had the Kira Major template. Maybe it's because it's too soon that I'm wanting to put it higher up. Because I had a really good time with it, and I really appreciated the ending. You know, I think it's gonna be an A season. I think it's definitely gonna be a very yeah, I'll put it ahead. I'll put it ahead of Zenkaiger a bit because it's like a little more structure. I honestly really do like it though. I really do like Boom Boomger. And the theme song kicks in. Don't stop. Boom boom, don't stop. The boom boom, don't stop. My favorite part of Boom Boomger was our Discord gimmick of the PSA at the end of each episode stopping me from walking the traffic each week. Yeah. Shame I never finished it. So I gotta be careful how I talk about this. I think the end game of Boom Boomger really resonated for me. And I think any of the older audience watching it, I think it resonates because it's very much a childhood's end. Not like the novel childhood's end, but like just the idea of like growing up and what it means to really try to hold on to your dreams and like the adult grown-up world. And I have to appreciate a show for doing that and doing it pretty well. And I really do like, I think when the world, I think the world building that Boom Boomger was doing was really solid. And I think when all the payoffs started happening all at once, it was insane. And I really loved it. So that's really elevates that season for me. Also, the fights were amazing. Some of the best damn fights in Super Sentai we've had in years. And a breath of fresh air after King Oger. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, we're gonna switch. King Oger will probably be there. I'm putting King Oger mid-A. Boom Boomger will be low, very low S. I'm switching it. Absolutely switching it. Now that I think about it, I'm like, no, because the action was more consistent. Wasn't a fan of the helmet designs, but I'm surprised Boom Boomger was really good. Yeah, because it's that the Tokyuger paradox, where you have a design that's just like, what the hell? But it turns out to be one of the best things ever. V is livid. I'm sorry, V! Also love the baddie goons and Boom Boomger. Yeah, I love the fact that like we had a main villain who was basically Michael Jackson. And they got away with it. Like, it took me a bit. I'm like, why does the face look familiar? Oh god, they just did Michael Jackson. It's literally just robot Michael Jackson. And I'm here for this. I just, yeah, you know what, yeah, no, Boom Boomger's gonna be low S for me. I think King Oger is gonna be either mid-A? Or we're gonna have to put it, shit, this is tough. I'll put it just after Gangaman, then, I think. I think Boomger is definitely going to grow more low fan base in the next few years. Oh, absolutely. There's going to be definitely a reevaluation. But yeah, I think, yeah, King Oger, my concession will be I'll rank it a little higher in A. But yeah, Boom Boomger is in my S tier. Absolutely is in my S tier. I will fight for that. Okay. Now, now we got to our specials. I'm not gonna do Dino Force Brave because I think it's just weird to include that in here, but whatever. But right away, Super Sentai Strongest Battle, S tier. S tier, I'm putting it right up front. Absolutely up front. It is the Kamen Rider 4 of Super Sentai, in that it just kind of came out of nowhere and just like destroyed us all, like emotionally. The Deca Master Tokyo 5 fight still makes me cry every time. And plus, yeah, this theme is just so damn good. I've been very curious about Strongest Battle. It's Errol, it's so fucking good. I mean, it's like if, I gotta calm down. Okay. For years, Koichi Sakamoto has been wanting to do a massive crossover with all of these shows. Because, I mean, not just because of Avengers, but because there's been all this storytelling potential that's been possible, that has just been largely untapped outside of these crossovers, right? Super Sentai, so it's like he tried to do Space Squad. Space Squad got, crushed. Tried to do Foundation, Foundation X and Kamen Rider. That got thrown out the window. Superhero Tyson comes out and basically just muddies up the formula. So then here comes Super Sentai Strongest Battle, which basically knows the characters, comes up with some really good combinations with character interactions, and some beautiful fight scenes. And you get like a really heartfelt love letter of like a special miniseries. It also works as a really good movie. I have nothing but praise for it. It's just, I think even more so than, I take back what I said. Not Go Busters versus Go Kaiger is the best anniversary outing. It's Strongest Battle. Absolutely Strongest Battle just beats the shit out of it. It's so good. And the thing about that, you have to understand, me saying that, and the fact that, like, Aka Ninja is in the lead for that one, and I hate Aka Ninja, that's saying something. Man, it was fun. It was so much fun. It's so good. Track it down if you can. It is the untapped potential that Sakamoto keeps trying to hit. He did the exact same thing with King Oger in Space. And King Oger in Space felt like a proof of concept for something bigger. That needs to happen. It really needs to happen. And they just need to let him do a fucking movie. That, or like a really good movie that is not set in the fucking warehouse of doom. I'm sorry, I'm dropping F-bombs because I'm so, like, passionate about this. Just give him a competent writer and a really good producer, let him cook, and give us, like, an epic movie or another miniseries, because, God, I don't know if we'll ever get another Strongest Battle type crossover ever again, and we deserve another crossover like that. Even Rita, Rita was a fun villain! Man, it was such a good time. So Sakamoto needs to direct another season. I think if he directs another season, he needs a producer who can keep him in check, and a damn fine writer. And if he can get those elements in place, you've got something golden. Otherwise, it's just going to be grazing leg shots. Stop trapping him in warehouses and green screens. Yeah, 50th anniversary would be a perfect time to do another Strongest Battle. It would be. And I thought about this the other day, because, you think about it, so technically, you're like, okay, so we're celebrating the Sentai 50th anniversary now, but then it's like we've got Ultraman and Kamen Rider next year, and it makes sense that they're splitting it up. Because remember when Zenkaiger came out and we had, like, the triple-decker? Like, the triple-decker anniversary, and, like, resources were getting split up? So, like, it makes more sense to do Sentai now and then throw everything at Rider later because that's the bigger moneymaker. Or Sakamoto or Kobayashi or Arakawa. Yeah, absolutely. Arakawa would be a lot of fun with Sakamoto. I think there's a lot of potential there. It would be so good. But anyway, that's my soapbox. Next up, we got... Okay. Dino Force Brave, I think that's gonna be our E. I think it's gonna be our E because I'm just indifferent. It was cool that we got another character outing, but it just was kind of there. It wasn't terrible, but I'm not gonna go out of my way for it. I think what it was too is because all the suits were just redecos and they didn't do anything really original with it. It's just everything's redecos and it was an excuse to sell those additional toys in Korea. And I'm like, all right, whatever. So that's it. That's our E tier. Akiba Ranger, okay. Akiba Ranger Season 1 is gonna they're both gonna be A's. I think they're both gonna be A's. Yeah, I think Akiba Ranger is Season 1 is gonna be very mid A. And then Season 2 is gonna be high B, or it's gonna be very high B. So I would put it like right here. Not even there. There we go. Yeah, very high B. A for Akiba Ranger. All right. Which leads us to the High School Heroes. High School Heroes, which was the anniversary thing that had like a bunch of Johnny's members, and had our first trans Pink Ranger. I'm gonna say high B. I'm gonna say high B for this one. Akagi is still my boy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think High School Heroes will be high B, because there's a lot of like tonal whiplash that happens there. There's a lot of like weird whiplash moments. I feel like I respect it for what it tried to do. I just think that, I don't know. I think maybe it's because it was such a condensed show that maybe that's also coloring my opinion of it. I didn't really like the ending, you know? But I feel like there was potential for more, and they just, it just feels very like, yeah, I don't know. Like it's not terrible. And I have to respect it. And I really have to respect it. And I really have to appreciate it, what it did to give us our first trans Pink. And plus, respecting it for trying to do something a little different. But I can't think of it more than B. I can't think of it more than B. It's not a terrible season. It's just there, you know? And again, I'll probably get punched by all the Johnny's fans. Anyways, so with that, we have officially hit our tier list, everybody. Oop, wrong window. So we have our tier list. How does everyone feel, apart from the ones where you very, very much wanted me to go in a fire? Oh, the actor isn't trans. That's a shame. Yeah. It was because what it is the character is described as their pre-transition. And how they handled it in the special was actually really good. And I wish we had more stuff like that, but it exists, it's cool, I respect it. It's just, I just can't give it higher than B. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. This is the most positive tier list I've ever seen. I feel like more people are just lather themselves in Fs whenever doing these. Well, yeah, because I mean, like, you know, I feel like when it comes to these, people like to just find the pettiest reasons to slap everything in E and F tiers. Because it's just like, it's like really petty reasons. Says me who puts Ninja in there because he doesn't like 2 characters. But it's like, hey, we got a non-binary king and a non-binary rider too, so there's at least that. It's easy. Yeah, it's easier to hate everything. Yeah, and I think with those few golden exceptions in those lower tiers, with those few, apart from those few golden exceptions or bronze exceptions, it's like Sentai is one of those things you can literally throw a dart at a board, choose a season at random, and you're gonna find something you're gonna like about it. Honestly, fair 2 listings over. Yeah, and like, it's just, you know, Sentai is a lot of fun. It's a fun franchise. You know, it hasn't had to, I mean, it's starting to kind of reinvent itself a bit now, which is really good, which has been desperately needed. Because it's like, okay, if we're never going to take a break, at the very least we can reinvent this. And you've had those bold experiments. You know, we've got Zenkaiger, you know, because it was just like, let's just go crazy for a season. You know, we got Dawn Brothers because they were like, fuck it, let's just let Toshiki Inoue out of the cage for a whole year and let him go nuts. You know, we got King Oger because they're like, hey, what if we just went crazy with the FX budget? And it's when they started doing those innovations that I think Sentai really started to pick up and really start becoming something really special that can be on that same level as Rider. Same level as Kamen Rider, which has been desperately needed for the longest time, because it's like, there was a time where Super Sentai was the favorite son for Toei, and now it's shifted. And so Sentai has always just kind of been in Kamen Rider's shadow like the past couple of years, and it's been an effort for them to stay afloat and stay relevant. I mean, if there's an interview that came out recently with one of the producers for Gojuger, where they're talking about how it's like, you know, like Ultraman is like kind of the god tier for relevance, where, you know, you have like monsters like Red King and Gomora that stand the test of time, but when it comes to Super Sentai, you don't really have that. I mean, they try to have that with like Aka Ranger and stuff, and like the Showa era stuff, but it's like they aren't as recognizable to kids. So it's like, and so it's finding that relevance, because, you know, these kids are gonna forget about these shows in like 3 years. So, you know, you gotta do these crazy things to kind of keep attention, but you don't want to go super crazy that it's just like, fuck it, you know, we don't care about this. It's, you know, you can't just do shock value for Sentai. You can't just do shock value, because it just doesn't work. So it's finding that right balance between the spectacle and the story that I think has been one of the biggest things for Super Sentai. And I think they're finally really getting into that level of like finding, like striking, hitting that perfect formula. And so it's definitely getting there. I mean, we're still gonna have like those misnomers, but even with like my sort of indifference to Zenkaiger, I won't deny that it wasn't a good season. I mean, it was definitely a step up from several years. So anyway, that's my whole soapbox. I just feel like Sentai is finally picking up steam again, and it's long overdue. And so I'm hoping that we can have these bold reinventions, but that we don't lose stuff in the process. YMOX Super Sentai Tourist is me punching a wall. He needs to try Turbo Ranger again, damn it. I'm sorry. Okay, like I said, I told you guys, I don't like love it, but I really appreciate the Turbo Ranger movie. I thought visually I really respected it. There's a few things I'd rank a bit differently, but the important thing is Mega Ranger is S tier. Yes. It would be fun if they got Soda out of retirement to do a modern Sentai. I always thought Sentai never did the insect motif because of Rider, but then you realize not all riders are insects. Yeah. The thing I was noticed Bandai is just up and ignoring the 80s stuff entirely with all the Legend Rider stuff. Oh yeah. Whereas if they just like, man, if they just did more with like 80s Sentai stuff and they marketed to like those real-time kids in like France and like the Philippines and South America, they'd make a fucking killing. Because I guarantee you, if they did an SMP like Change Robo, or they did like SMP Change Robo, or SMP like I think of another like popular one. God, if they did SMP Grade 5, I'd be doomed. But like if they did like SMP Change Robo or something like that, like they're gonna make money. They're gonna make money off of it. Like full stop, they will make money. And I kind of want to buy those Soto Denji Man figures now, like because after like revisiting the show again, I was like, I just love Denji Green so much. but yeah, but that's my take on it. So the funny thing is, I do actually have a. Let me save this actually. Oh, thanks. Okay. Oh, did it already download? Oh. It won't. It wants me to make a fucking profile. Oh. Presentation mode? Okay. Alright, it's a give Brazilians a local Sentai that go ape shit. Hey! Oh, wow! Ryder Kid Prod just raided us with 3 viewers. Thank you so much for the raid! Hopefully you had a good stream. If you're just joining us, for those who are new to the brawl here, Super Dimension streamer Makvalana at your service. I am a variety streamer, also a tokusatsu and retro wave infused space-time detective VTuber. When I'm not doing this, I'm also a voice actor. You can hear me in the English dubs for Ultraman Z and Ultraman Blazar, at least the first episode of Ultraman Blazar, over at Ultraman Official English and on UltramanConnection.com. Also in Mortal's Journey Remake over on YY Animation on YouTube. Welcome to Demon School Irma-kun over at Crunchyroll. And Season 3 of Angel Hair, which is on YouTube right now. Right now, we're just kind of winding down. We just finished a tier list of Super Sentai shows. So either way, Ryder, thank you so much for the raid. If you do want to like raid and dash, I'm totally fine with it. Thank you for sharing your community with me. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you had a good stream. And yeah, right now we're just kind of vibing, and I'm going on soapboxes talking about talking about everything. Like even Goju, we're getting to the 90s with 2020 as a spotlight with the occasional Aka Ranger, and just always puzzled me. I just feel like in general, like more could be done for that generation. Absolutely could be done with that generation. It's just, yeah. It's tough. Like, well, won't it let me? Why won't it let me save it? Because does it want me to just like? No thanks. Just let me. It's so dumb that it won't let me. I'm probably just gonna have to do this. No, I won't let. I have to build an account. Hold on a second, folks. Oh, this is so stupid. So stupid. Okay, give me back to my fucking thing. Oh, this is annoying. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna save this. Oh my god, finally. Got it. All right. Fuck you. All right. There we go. Come on. There we go. Oh, that was annoying. Have we ranked Akiba Ranger yet? Yes, we did, actually. Okay, so Ryan, actually, we were just talking about you. So this is how we ended up. This is how we ended up. So S tier, Super Sentai Strongest Battle at top. Low S with Go Sager. For A, high A is Live Man. Low A is Go Ranger. For B, high B is Gao Ranger. Low B is Flash Man. Akiba Ranger is with Akiba Ranger being season 2 being in low B. Akiba Ranger season 1 is in mid A. Yeah, and then for C tier, high C is going to be O Ranger. Low C is going to be Goggle 5. D, Turbo Ranger and Q Ranger. E, Dino Force Brave. F, Lupin Ranger and Pat Ranger and Ninja. So there you have it. Legit question: was marketed as a Sentai spinoff? Because I wasn't even aware. It was marketed as a separate anniversary special. It was marketed as a spinoff, but it didn't have like the Super Sentai series moniker. It was just kind of like, it was weirdly marketed, but yeah, like it wasn't like, they didn't do like a proper crossover or anything. See, which I'm surprised they didn't do anything with like Zenkaiger, but like they just never really did there wasn't a whole lot of intersection. Ranger that low, I thought it was rather well liked. Not by me. Not by me. Oh my god. So, but yeah, either way, so that's that ranking. I do have a power ranking of Sentai movies over on my Letterboxd page for Vintage Henshin. It slipped under the radar. Yeah, it wasn't as accessible. Nobody was. I mean, it was subbed, but it wasn't like fully accessible. And I don't know. It existed. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't like. At the end of the day, I mean, I appreciated the ride, but I wasn't like fully over the moon about it. So that was kind of my 2 cents about it. Which is a shame, because like I really do appreciate it. So let's see. I feel like, let's see. You know what? I'm trying to think how we could take this out. Oh, you know what? Oh, there we go. That should do it. I think this covers the lot of it. Well, not all of it, unfortunately. Man, there was a website or a YouTube account that like was chronicling all like the combination sequences that Nobuo Yajima had a hand in, and that got obliterated by Toei, which is a shame because I really liked it. But okay, so if you guys want to see what I'm talking about with like Lupin Ranger versus Pat Ranger's combination stuff. Like, it's mostly CG. And like in theory, it should be fine.
なんだ？あ、お前パトレンジャーの。
今のオイラは自由の身さ。気分がいいから手伝ってやるよ。
オーケー。試してやるか。
Like,
Good, the striker. Get set. Ready. Go.
勝利を奪い取ろうぜ。カイト、ラストタイム。
like. I do wish the toy for this looked better. But yeah, what was disgusted of me? Oh, just the fact that you hate you soldier. Yeah, like this sequence isn't bad. I just wish it was models. I wish it was models, and I wish the toy didn't look like crap. Like, the suit doesn't look bad.
戻った。はあ、すげえな。こんなことできんだ。
なんか出た。オイラの名前はグッドストライカー。ルパンコレクションを強くするコレクションさ。
よーし、グッドストライカー。お前の全力見せてみな。
Yeah, and then the Pat Rangers get the model shot. That's what killed me. Is they get the model shot. Oh, never mind. The model shot doesn't last for very long. I forgot about that. And like even this design, I don't like it. I just. And it sucks because in theory it should be fine, but just yeah, I can't with it. I mean the fact that I feel like a villain. Yeah, that one. That's what we were talking about, Ryan. So yeah, cause it's just I don't know, man. And then if you want to talk like how like everything kind of peaked, or how things really peaked once you got into the 90s. Like, okay, so, like, hold on. Do we have the, like, 5-man? All right, so here we are with 5-man. So this is right when Butsuda is kind of taking over. And it's still very rooted in Yajima's philosophies a bit. Like but you can tell like they're becoming a little more daring. Like there's a bit of the shakiness with the flight to kind of make it look up. You have stuff like that happening, like the twirls and everything. You're getting like cockpit shots like this. I'm sorry, was that Police Megazord? Yes, it was. Right. Like, you get stuff like this, which is like, they're striving for realism. I mean, it's still that kind of impression of reality, but like, you get shit like this. And it's really solid. Like this is the sequence from like the first episode of 5-man. Still 80s, but more dynamic. Yeah, it is a very much a leveled up. Yeah, like I said, you're building on the philosophies of Yajima because he ended up essentially like picking up where he left off. Because, like, Yajima's last show, I think, was Turbo Ranger. But, like, yeah, like, just this, and this is how the team gets introduced. It's time fire Robo. Don't you start right. Boy, look at that shit. And that was, oh, that transition's so clean. But again, I think this is like one of the best team introductions ever. Because there's like no dialogue, and it's just like all of a sudden like, you're like, wait, are these the kids from before? That were like left behind on the moon? You know, like, like there's no dialogue, no like shouting attacks. They just show up with the arsenal and are just tearing these people to shreds. And that's how we first meet Five Man. Alright, and then here's like the launch sequence and just, oh. Secret base smut! And like the monster design is so good too. Like, oh. Now, one of the things yeah, like, and you'll notice, it's funny, pay attention to a lot of the angles you see this, because you see the same angles almost verbatim in Shoe Ranger. Considered sleeping, progressing all the time. Oh, sorry, now, the only thing that Butsuda is a little guilty of, yeah, like, you got this shit here. Like, look at that. Like, it's a very ambitious sequence, and it just works. Yeah, it's taking what Yajima basically built and just running with it. Oh, here we go! There's my boy! My boy Star 5! Love that shot! And just look at that design! Like, ah! Yeah! Just, I love Star 5 so much. The thing you want to like pay attention to is you'll notice there's like things like there's weathering. There's like weathering and the paneling, you know, the panel lines and all that stuff with like all the mecha, and it just again it's all about the dynamism, it's all about the realism. It's such a step up from things that just looked like toys before, and that's the kind of the evolution of like the effects, and it's really cool to take notice of that. Yeah, Remy is one of the best yells. Like, look at that shot! The only downside, unfortunately, is that Super 5 Robo does not look good. Like, you can't never say that for me. The other thing is that, you'll notice too, is that, Yajima was kind of guilty of this too, but Butsuda very much was like, he's gotten better about it. But all throughout the 1990s, he breaks one of the cardinal rules when it comes to giant battles, in that one of the cardinal rules is, like one of the true rules is, unless you've got something cool happening, you never show the floor. You know how the like I was talking earlier about knowing how to hide your trees? Hiding the floor is crucial if you're trying to do something with impact. You'll notice that like modern day Ultraman shows don't show the floor. Everything is obscured by lower third. And you'll have what's known as like a tomahawk that like literally it's like a reverse like dust buster that's like kicking up dust and rubble to kind of give it the illusion that they're smashing the street below, and or they'll do like an impact shot every once in a while. But they don't show the floor because they want to have this a little bit of an impression of reality. 5-Man, unfortunately, is a weekly television show that has to keep cranking out episodes every week, so they can't really pay attention to it. So as long as there's an impression of reality, and you know, as long as it doesn't look too hokey and sells the toys, it's what they have to do. But that's really like the one flaw of Butsuda in this early era. Is, you know, it's all in these woodlands. The mountains don't really look all that great. The sky backdrop doesn't really look all that great. It's just like an off blue. It's just not that great. But it's like everything else. So like the combinations, the battles are still like just top class. Yeah, Turbo Ranger is similar in that regard too. I think Turbo Ranger is really where that kind of starts to kick in. I mean, I don't know, Live Man kind of did that too. I feel like once you get to the back half of the 80s, that's where it really starts to kind of settle in. But yeah, that was something that Yajima did a lot as well, is because it's like, okay, we just have to crank this out. If we just have it moving fast enough and we just, you know, we're able to just shoot it and make it look good, make the robot like a character and just have that sense of fun, you know, you can overlook it. It's suspension of disbelief. If the energy is there and the pacing is there, you don't pay attention to it. But like I said, Butsuda, unfortunately, we get shots like that, like the above shot, and it doesn't totally take you out of it, but it just feels kind of plain. But yeah, like, it's the one great flaw of the robot battles in Super Sentai. It, like, once you got into like the late 90s, Butsuda started changing that a bit. Like with like especially when you got to like Mega Ranger. Like when you got to Mega Ranger, when you got to like Gingaman, like they started really kind of trying to level that up. And unfortunately, you'll still have moments where they're a little guilty of it, but it's like I said, Sentai is starting to catch up. Sentai has been catching up because like Ultraman lit a fire under everyone's ass. Yeah, Mega Ranger and Gingaman is like, yeah, like absolutely. So this is what I'm talking about. Like it just Super 5 Robo. The toy doesn't look good. The model doesn't look that good. It looks awesome in theory or looks awesome like in concept, but it just doesn't. But here we go. Max Magma. Max Magma is... So, the thing about Max Magma, it has a bit of a dubious reputation. It has a bit of a dubious reputation because... Okay, so Max Magma was put in... I don't know how well Turbo Builder sold. But Max Magma was very much like, yeah, let's do another giant base robot. And I can't remember, it wasn't that it sold incredibly poor, but it definitely wasn't like one of the best. Oh, that is a Dayglow mess. Yeah. The Shelf Warmer King. Yeah. Like, it was very expensive, I think, at the time, too. But yeah, Max Magma, it's cool in theory. It's cool. I think this was I think this might have been a Nonica. I think this, or if this was, or if, I'm trying to remember if this was a Nonaka or if this was a Murakami, or if it was both of them. Because it looks like a Nonaka. Oh Christ, was not ready for that head turn. Yeah. I honestly kind of like it. It kind of reminds me of the Michael Jackson robot in a way. So yeah, like it's like you have stuff like that. So with that in mind, I'm going to show you Zyuranger. With that in mind, I'm showing you Zyuranger. And pay attention to the cinematography. Well, Max Magma technically was there for the whole series because that was the base. But yeah, it only transforms for like 2 episodes, I think. But you see what I mean about that striving for like realism? Mock, unless you muted it. Oh! Yeah. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, like, this is the moment. That is the exact moment when I think Butsuda, like, came just a step over and surpassed Yajima. I think that is like, this is like that moment where like he's really coming into his own. Like Ryuseo and like Daireno are like I think also were like the next important steps. But yeah, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. So like, yeah. And like, this isn't perfect, but an effort was made. Night and day from Jet. Yeah, night and day from Jetman. Like, Jetman also tried to do that kind of realism, but it's so much better executed here. And then, of course, you have the big boy. And, but you see that? Like, it's the lighting, it's the dust, you know? And yes, you see the floor a little bit there, but it's like you don't care about it because you're such in the moment. And then you've got stuff like this. And that's just shot on black with some fog. Oh, simplicity and dope asses in the Megatron. Yeah, straight up. Like, even this is just, it's just shot against black. I mean, we're in negative space, but yeah, like, and then we get to DAI-ZATSU here. Like, look at this! Like, it just takes your breath away. And again, they show the floor there, but they're actually doing something with it now. Like, look at that dust up. You know, so like you have that, or then you have DAI-RENO, which is like you have this, which DAI-RENO as a concept. Where it's not even so much the mecha combining as it is armor. It's just armor. And, it's so good. And just the shot where it's just dashing. And it's just this imposing sense of just might and just And yeah, that's the other thing. Like, you'll really see that with a lot of the stuff that Butsuda does. He loves those low angle shots. And like even One Tiger, is like an expansion of just the sort of the lion and tiger stuff we're seeing in like Live Man and Live Man and View Ranger. It's just like the perfect evolution of it. And they go for like this, like you'll see like he's using like that kind of anime negative space. It's the way Tyranno gears up, it's just too good. Yeah. All right, and that's really all we need to see from that, because after that's just the Heavenly Chi Palace. But then of course you have, Muteki Shogun, I think, is also another key moment for how they were designing these. So to kind of give you an idea, if you're wondering like, how like this kind of breaks down, usually like, you'll have input from the sponsors and stuff like that, but the main thing is you have like the effects team and the effects director will look at these toys and they're like, okay, we have to find a way to shoot this and make this look cool. It has to be cool enough for the sponsors and cool enough for, just the show as it matches. So you have like the directors, you have producers, and you're all like coming together on the storyboards, really trying to sell this. This is a commercial unto itself. And so when I say like Butsuda, granted, yes, he's working with the rest of the effects team, but it's like, he's mostly the guy doing a lot of the storyboards to kind of start out with. But like, this is what we're talking about. Again, it's like, it's about conveying that sense of power and really trying to do new stuff with it. Oh, your wife's favorite? Nice. Like, just look at that. I love the twirl here, every time. And again, showing the floor, but you're doing something with it. Yeah, like... And then here we go. Yes, Super Muteki Shogun. And then, of course... And then here we go. Now, this is where we kind of start getting a little experimental, and this is, I think this one's a kind of a miss. I think this is where it's kind of a miss. Right here. Like, this is where Butsuda tries to experiment, and it kind of works and it kind of doesn't. Like, we're seeing a little more digital elements. We're still using the ECG system, like right here. Not gonna lie, this is the one that doesn't jive. Kakarei no Shogun is kind of sloppy. Yeah, like it's a lot of digital. It's a lot of digital composite, and it just doesn't sit well. It just doesn't sit well. And it's a shame because I really like the design. But then you get to O-Ranger, and we have like a... We get to O-Ranger, and that's when everything kind of comes together again. Like, here you go. Like, it's just, again, it's just so, the sense of movement. like you actually have clouds in the background. You've got the movement. Like like they're actually in motion. The expansion of those cockpit shots, and really getting into the mechanism of it all. Yeah, the sound design even. Yeah. Yeah, I just can't get into that sequence.
オレンジロボ今こそ2つのロボットの力を見せてやるんだ超砲撃合体マスターオーレンジャーロボ
Oh, here we go. There they are. Man, I'm bummed out because I found just about all of my pieces for the Zeo Megazord in my attic. I can't find the head for Red Puncher, and I'm bummed out about it because otherwise I could have them complete like right now. I do want to get Pyramider though. It's just to have them all together. Fine, I'm done with it. Aftermarket. Are you gonna touch on the ZATSU mecha transformation? I don't have a link to it right now. Oh yeah, Crystal Sky, which here we go. There he is. There's the man. A literal temple to self-indulgence. Like, I'm not exactly, like, look at that! Like, they really they went all out with this. So, how it lights up there. Like, okay, this could have been just another Flash Titan. This could have been another Flash Titan situation. And in theory, it technically is. But, like, I think the lead up to it is a little more satisfying. The lead up to it is a little more satisfying. And honestly, it's like, again, it is a literal, it is literally a testament to self-indulgence, because Nonaka only went as far as he did with Pyramider only because he wanted to see how big of a toy he could build. It was only because he wanted to see how big of a toy he could get away with. And at the time, I think, I can't remember which was bigger, which was this or if it was Daimugen. Because I feel like they're both contenders, but I think standing tall, I think Pyramider might be the biggest. But yeah, like, this is a literal toy chest. It's a literal fucking toy chest, and I'm here for it. It's so fun. You can see the puncher. I mean, I like the puncher arms because it's like he has cannons. This was bigger, yeah. Gold Guardian slows the toy. Nice. Oh, here we go. Here come the blockers. All right. These are, okay, like, they're so dorky, but I love O-blockers so much. They're so incredibly dorky, but I love Super O-Ranger Robo so much. Yeah, this is where the digital works. I think you could have been a little cleaner with it, but I think it works. You forgive it. Like, this is beautiful. Yeah, O-blocker is just, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, again, it's so clunky, but I love it. Yeah, it's so fun. But, like, why are the other Zords in there? They're just hidden away. You could just do the pyramid and the puncher. Well, I mean, it's basically building up. See, all right. Well, Ryan, you gotta understand. So Pyramider is it's in that same tradition as like Max Magma and like Turbo Builder, where it's like it's a toy chest, because it's like this is your this was that time where it's like, I mean, you could have like the Heavenly Chi Palace sitting on your shelf, and that was like your trophy for the year. You know, like the Ultimate Daijujin was your trophy for the year for collecting all of the toys. It would just sit on your shelf and it would judge you for all your shopping choices. But yeah, Pyramider, I mean, it works. I mean, yeah, you don't see it, but it's like, I'm kind of okay with that. Like, I'm willing to forgive it because, again, it's that self-indulgence, and I don't know. I'm willing to give it more of a pass, and but I do like it. Oh, here comes Tackle Boy! Yeah! Fuck him up! Yeah, Tackle Boy! Oh, I was hoping to show more of the fight. Gamma, gamma, doko gaga. Oh yeah, that was Akira Kamiya. Doko gamma. Gammaji was a fun gimmick. Yeah. Like, it's so silly, but I love it so much. Yeah. There's a Bangai hero. So kind of like Signal Man, you mean? You can tell this Bandai is like, the toilets are selling. Give us anything you've got, make it look cool. All right, so then we get to Car Ranger. And again, same deal. Like this, we have the spectacle there. There's that hint of realism. There's the sound design. It's just the weathering. Everything's coming together, and it's this perfect storm.
Stand up! Silent down!
Yeah, it's all just this perfect storm. And you can kind of see the evolution as you go on. Dang, I remember my parents didn't allow me to buy this. What, Sirender? Oh, God. Yeah.
噂に聞いたお前たちの激走見せてもらうぜ。
赤いスイッチがあった。わけのわからないことじゃなかったんだ。
Yeah, this is a cool shot. Yeah, big trailer is fun. But yeah, like, look at this, though. I feel like it kind of goes off the rails here a bit, but that first shot was perfection. And considering that this was the show that this was for, considering this was Car Ranger, you're willing to forgive a lot. But yeah, the miniatures really kind of used another once-over. Kirby Robo's so ambitious, the sequence is a delight.
VRV Fighter.
But you can tell, like, they're definitely trying to keep the scale up. Oh, Yellow Racer.
よし、カーレンジャー。今度は青いスイッチを押すんだ。青いスイッチ？押せばわかる。
Will it Rescue Fighters pose? Hey, Jim. because for this combination sequence, hearing Invincible from the Turbo soundtrack actually kind of makes it better. Yeah, like this sequence is cool. Like that aerial shot right here. Oh, it's so good. Also, I wanted VRV, VRV Robos as a kid, and I never got it.
VRV ロボ。
チェンジラジェッカロブモード
Risky Meg is wearing a horrible name for a silly poser. Why do you hate fun, Ryan? Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot they could switch the joints. I forgot about that entirely. Okay, we already geeked out about Gingham, but okay, so you can kind of see the progression. Like, you see what I'm talking about with the progression, and just how that's really all kind of come together. So, like, really, it's the further into the 90s you get, the more that Butsuda and the team just really are pushing to do something different. And I feel like the ambition kind of goes a little overboard in like those later years, but like I'm kind of okay with it in some, like there's sometimes it's fine. Other times I'm kind of like, like I'm trying to think of like another Sentai Robo that like a classic. But yeah, like what was it? Oh, you know what I will say though? The first transformation in King Oger gave me chills for a week. Cause like, hold on a second. Like, when King Oger first combined, that whole scene gave me chills for a week. Because I was like, oh my god, somebody remembered how to do a combination sequence. I wish I could play the whole thing from the beginning, but you see enough here. Like that shot! Oh my god! Like, straight up, that was full on, like, it was like, okay, a lost art had been rediscovered. Yeah, the render quality is elevated. Yeah, like... Like, there's still like a little bit of jank with like the motion tracking, but I feel like overall it's got so much better. Lost in the Tegasaur so far. I wish the toy didn't feel so flimsy. It'll be interesting to see what the memorial is. Yeah, like Extreme King Oger. Yeah. Like this right here. Oh my god. Like, it's a clusterfuck formation, but I'm willing to forgive it. At least it's not a Hasbro. Yeah, at least it's not made by Hasbro. And it's like, oh hey, we've got another Fortress mecha again, and it actually looks pretty good. And then, yeah, God Feed. Like, it's not bad. Like, I mean, the movement is kind of, but, you know, I'm willing to forgive it. I'm willing to kind of give it a pass. But yeah, like, you can see, like, just that evolution. You can see just how far we've come and how far, like, we've come from, like, the digital side of it, and even going from the practical side of it, just, like, a lot of those principles still carry through. I mean, I feel like we've gained a little bit and lost a little bit, but, like, in general, I just think that there's so much that could be said. I'm just a dork for Sentai Mecha, you guys. I'm a dork for Sentai Mecha. If there's one thing that you can take away from tonight, just know that, yeah, I'm the guy who's sitting there and I'm like, but come on! Oh my God. Looks passable. A lot of previous looks cluttered as fuck. Oh, absolutely. But yeah, like, oh God. And then, oh, Ghost Sager, I wish your mecha were so much better. I wish O-Blocker was my dad. Like, okay, Ghost Sager Great isn't bad. Ghost Sager Great isn't a total monstrosity. It's just when you start getting the other headers in there that's just kind of like that. But even like this is good. But I wish these, yeah, there you go. Yeah, the suit looks better than the toy.
宇宙せるぞ罪もない子供たちを苦しめたお前を俺は絶対に許さないこれはそれって新しい5000ヘッダーのカード
ガチャ
転送
サモンシークブラザー
Look at that snake train.
みんな合体だ頼むぞビークブラザー
Yeah, like this isn't bad. It's a little clunky there, but okay, you're foreshadowing, basically.
これは5000ヘッダー
新しい仲間ってこ
よーしほね行くぞ
と？了解、お兄ちゃん。
ガチャ
転送。
サモンランニングブラザー
Yeah, like, even here, like, this is really bad. I'm just gonna fast forward. Oh, Data's hyper! I forgot about this guy!
僕もできることをやるです。おい、やめるです。
Remember when Super Sentai had a card game? And they made the card game machine a robot?
ガチャ
転送。
サモンハイパーチェンジヘッダー
よーしです。
ハイパーチェンジ
Let's go!
データサイパーアップグレード
データス超かっこいい。
俺たちもいるぞって言ってる
お
The Cluster Fortress.
そっか。みんなも地球の一部なんだよね。
The walking Daiso ad, yeah. Oh,
よし。
oh
そ
here
の
we
地球の
go.
力を一つにするぞ。
Behold the clusterfuck formation. Sure, why not? But they found a way to make it look cool. And again, you see what I'm talking
俺
about.
たち。
やることないかも。
Like you see what I'm talking about. Again, it's like we're not seeing the floor anymore. It's completely obscured right here, and they're using that to hide Pyro.
俺たち。
やることないかも。
そうだな。
合体しようって言ってる。わかんの？うん。
合体。よし、とにかくやってみる。
Oh, I forgot about this thing.
シークブラザーカード。転送。
サモンシークブラザー
And it's like in general.
アナザーシーク5世グレート。
Okay, so we won't go through all of them. But yeah, it's like you got like this even. Yeah, I love Gosei. Yeah, Gosei Ground was
電
perfect.
動合体しちゃった。
やっぱりすごいぜあいつの力。
小林が集まっても無駄なこと
Like even that, like look at these shots right here.
私たちのターンだ
But again, it's like it's the things that for all the advancements you make, you just don't get rid of them.
新たな奇跡が起きたよ
Oh, that's right. I forgot about this guy.
デュアルコンバイン転送デュオカンバイ
Like even this isn't like really all that offensive.
グランド5世グレート降臨。
何
かけるランディングパワー。
Like it's like you're okay with it,
タイル
honestly.
シークパワー。
Oh, and then we got the that sort of time shadow type knockoff.
望めデータス。
ただいま。
約束は守ったぜ。
お、行くぞ。転送。
But even just the lighting right there. I'm not a big fan of the speed, but this is perfect. This is, man. look at that. And again, you still have that same problem, but it's like at least there's a little more set dressing here.
よしおい新何をする気だいいから見てて
Oh God.
Ultimate 5世グレート降臨
Now he has jetpack.
無茶しすぎだろ
Yeah, like it's not. Yeah, it's like not like really offensive. Like it's not as bad as you remember, but it's like. Oh, here we go from the movie.
諦めるな5世じゃ言われるまでもね
そうだよ私たちはどんな時も
どんな困難があろうとも絶対に諦めないこれだミラクルコンバインカード転送
Oh, here we go.
ミラクル転送合体裏のハイパー5世グレート降臨あれどうなってんだ諦めない気持ちが奇跡を呼んだんだ
But yeah, so that's basically, yeah. Okay, here you go. Here, just because somebody asked for it.
派手に行くぜ行けゴビ待ってください
誰よほほいよほほいよほほいほい俺は海賊お宝求めて海から海へ俺は海賊自由求めて世界から世界へ必ず手に入れるぜそしたら気分使いよほほい
Yep, and for those who didn't know, they asked for a song sample when I was applying to Welcome to Demon School Irma-kun. I sang an English version of this. I literally yo-ho-hoed into my anime debut. Yes.
やっははいなんだお前はゾックスゴールド追加お前ギアたくさん持ってるみたいねどうぞどうぞとりあえずいただいちゃおう
And yes, I almost bought the memorial edition of the damn gun. I almost bought it for that reason. The song got a bit old when he kept singing it, so it's gonna start, but that entrance was so good. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they brought it back.
海賊のパワー痛快だ
I just wish his team-up special with Yokai Red wasn't such a disaster. That's like the only blemish. But yeah, Either way, I think that's a good point for us to wrap up on, because we're hitting 5 hours on this. Holy hell. I wasn't expecting to go this late. But yeah, overall, I think we had a good time, didn't we, folks? We had a good time ranking Super Sentai and having your opinion of me completely ruined forever. But anyway, let's get back to the host overlay here. Don't worry, I'll make sure this VOD survives. Hopefully we don't get completely blasted. But anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for coming out for this. Now, this is where we figure out what we're going to do for the rest of the week. So, on Friday, if things work out, we'll do Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection. I'm thinking, I don't know if I'll get it for Switch or if I'm going to get it for Steam, but we'll see. But either way, we'll figure that out. But for now, we're going to go over, and I'm going to send you over to... Thanks for streaming. This is a blast. I'm watching more Sentai tomorrow, duty. Yay! Mission accomplished. My underrated 6th debut, Carry Your Gold. The insert song is so good. Never mock him. Too bad, Ryan! Anyway, so let's see who's available right now. And you know what? I'm going to send you over to... You know what? Let's send you over. Grimmy is currently doing her donathon right now, and she's playing Would You Push the Button? So this can only end well. She's our favorite hot mess cursed VTuber, and yeah. Let's see. Oh no! It's just. Oh no! Oh, back in 10 doing the scratch. Okay. So let's see. All right. Oh, looks like she's just wrapping up. Damn it. All right. So we won't do Grimmy. Sorry. Let's send you over then to... Tell you what. Let's send you over to... Let's send you over to Jin. Jin is currently streaming Mecha Break right now. When you get there, tell her to make sure to tell her to get in the robot. So she's a wonderful friend of the show. I'm glad she's streaming right now. But give her all the love in my absence, and I will see you guys on Friday, same mock time, same mock channel. As always, stay safe, stay warm, and keep encoding the tapes for the love of God. And until then, peace!
The fact that I can jump so high, just like